everyone. Thank you so much for always watching my videos, coming to my channel. It's really, I just need to take this moment before I start the video to really appreciate you. For those of you who are always here, who are always wishing, who are always watching, thank you so much. And if you've not subscribed, maybe this might be a good time for you to subscribe. I put out 3 videos every day talking about, topical issues in Nigeria, issues on governance, issue on politics, governance, and the general well-being of the country. So thank you so much for always being here and watching my videos. Well, Labour Party has been in the news for all the wrong reasons you can think about. It's unbelievable the things that people can do when it comes to power. When it comes to power, most people don't think about the greater good. It seems people always focus on their own selfish needs and selfish interests. And for me, what is even more ironical is that the same people who hold other people accountable, who talk about when other people are using power selfishly, when it comes to them, they don't seem to remember. Then I'm like, how is it that you're not holding yourself to higher standards that you hold any other person? But you see what has come out of the fact that there has been a convention. A lot of people didn't want that convention where Abure led APC, led Labour Party went all the way to Nnewi to have their convention. And of course, you saw the outcome. I think almost all of them had been returned, all sorts of things, going on. And at the end of the day, everything is about leadership. And sometimes when you don't have when people can't see the bigger picture and see what can be, and that you don't necessarily have to be in the seat of power, being the one driving it. All you can do is get people, others who will drive it more better than you do, and just stay behind and just see your dream expand. But hey, not everybody seems to have it. But anyway, in the midst of all the drama that is going on, we have the convention has held, Abure has been returned, and a good number of all the other people that were there. Then we have this yesterday, there was a press release. The board of trustees of the Labour Party takes over the running of the party. This is a release that came out yesterday. In the meantime, the NLC, of course, have also been fighting the Labour Party, because that's Labour Party is the party of the NLC. It's like their political arm, their party. And of course, they didn't like all this issue of convention, the way the convention was being held. If you want to have convention, why are you not starting it at the world level, and world congresses and all of that? But then, of course, they were focused more on this. But this is what we have from Labour Party Board of Trustees. The Board of Trustees of the Labour Party takes over the running of the Labour Party. It says, following the which one is the right pronunciation? Let me know in the comment section. Following the expiration of the tenure in office of the immediate past National Working Committee of the Labour Party, headed by Mr. Julius Abure, the Board of Trustees of the Labour Party, in line with the Labour Party constitution. So now they are saying they have a constitutional right to do this that they're doing, and it's in the Labour Party constitution, has stepped in to steer the affairs of the Labour Party. This step is to avoid any leadership vacuum in the Labour Party. Furthermore, the Board of Trustees of the Labour Party, in consultation with major stakeholders in the party, will soon communicate the process of the conduct of an all-inclusive and expansive national convention of the Labour Party. This is in line with the March 20, 2018 Federal High Court concert judgment delivered by Justice Gabriel Kolawole, which recognized the Nigeria Labour Congress (NLC) as the owners of the Labour Party and mandated an all-inclusive and expansive national convention of the Labour Party be held. So you can imagine, like someone rightly put that, Labour Party has one governor, 35 House of Rep members. Is it about 5 or 6 senators? And then, of course, other House of Assembly members and all of that. And they decided to do some sham convention in one local. I just don't even understand. When you're big, you should be big. You should be able to come into it and recognize Labour can be Labour right now, if not for the rigging, should have been the ruling party, official ruling party. There is so much potential. There is so much that can come out of Labour Party. But the mindset, when they talk about this law of the lead, where
What does one only seem to work in this room?
Verizon Home Internet.
How did...
Oh, I let myself in. Get fast.
people, you can't grow an organization beyond or above the mindset of the person that is leading that organization. That's just what all of this is all about. The potential, the amazing thing that can come out of this whole thing. I mean, they are not saying it. People are just fixated over one little part, one little power that they can have, or one little space that they can be the ones who are the dons who are running it. So they really can't see the bigger picture and what can be and how huge this can be. Labour has the potential to be the biggest, party in Africa, but yet it's just limiting itself to certain low standards that by now they should have outgrown. There are so many people who are waiting. Labour Party should have by now be on the issue of massive recruitment. I mean, 10 million registered members, 20 million registered members are things that can be done, that can be pushed, that can be, things that can be done. But hey, it's all about mindset, and it's just crazy, honestly. Let me come back to from the press release from the Board of Trustees. They continue, the decision of the Board of Trustees also in furtherance of the agreement signed between the former national chairman of the Labour Party, Mr. Julius Abure, and the Nigeria Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress, TUC, on 27th of June 2022, which was mediated by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. While we commend members of the Labour Party, especially workers, students, youths, market women, men, obedient, and candidates on the platform of the Labour Party for their contribution and fidelity to the ideas of the party, the Board of Trustees promises to quickly set in motion processes for the conduct of an all-inclusive and expansive national convention. Unlike the charade that took place today in Nnewi and in tandem with the principles of popular democracy. The all-inclusive national convention will start with grassroots congresses at ward, local government and state, and ultimately at the national level. This process will not leave any genuine member of Labour Party and will be held in the full view of the Independent National Electoral Commission, media, civil society, security agents, and the general public. We commend the leader of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, and key stakeholders in the Labour Party for declining to deodorize the malfeasance that took place in Inewi with their presence. The BOT assures all stakeholders that we are committed to reclaiming and repositioning the Labour Party as a vehicle for the social, political emancipation of our dear country, our working people, and populace. Our Comrade SOZ Ejiofor, Chairman, Board of Trustees, Labour Party of Nigeria. I mean, Labour Party has so much potential. Look at the NLC. NLC has members. How many of their members, workers all over the country? That population alone is enough for them to have that, that power to be able to decide on Nigeria having people that will lead it in terms of good governance, accountability, and transparency. But of course, as it is, leadership is everything. And when the leadership does not understand that the bigger picture is always better than the personal picture, then these are some of the things that will continue to happen. And it's really so sad that this is where we are currently on the issue of the Labour Party. But like I always said to a lot of people that care to listen, is that, well, it's a Labour Party. People they look at the movement, obedient movement, Labour Party. Yes, there is a relationship, but that relationship is always based on the fact that there has to be, good governance, transparency, and accountability, even within the party, and of course, the kind of candidates that come out and are being projected. So I mean, I'm just speechless at the fact that this is such a huge opportunity for Labour Party, but unfortunately, it seems as if some people in that Labour Party can't see this opportunity. Thank you so much for watching. Bye.
Oh, stop. Don't you know how bad that is for you? Yeah, but I love burgers. Did you know the food you eat?
What do you make of the emergence of Mr. Julius Abure as the national chairman of the party?
Greetings, everyone. Hey, good morning, everybody. I know it's pretty early for me, but I just couldn't wait to share this, to bring this so we can talk about it if we have time. Really, it's this is supposed to be a short one. I beg you guys. I'm gonna try and make it short. Kenny, welcome. Obi, welcome. I appreciate everyone taking the time to come in. Oriyomi, my brother, welcome. Good to see you guys. Abure will now be a papa. Kenny, not only you now they think of Odu. I don't understand your sight and the way you take the reason, eh? But it's good though because you see what people miss. That's the beauty. That's the great thing about you. You see what you're very, very attentive to every tiny detail. You be like person will just dey one corner, they look everything, they observe. The one wey people miss when no dey obvious, now you dey always, point out. It is very good. Eh? How now? How's everybody doing today? Oriyomi, yeah, good to see you, my brother. Why una take see this matter now, this Labour Party fiasco? When the guy go do convention, secret convention, they nominate people up and down. I say, God, what kind of, these people, exactly what Aisha Yusufu said is my sentiment exactly, especially the part where she said, Labour Party has the opportunity to be the biggest party. I'm telling you, these people don't even understand the power that they hold. Oh God, though, it's not a good thing to be greedy. Oh, I'm telling you guys, it's not good to be greedy and self-centered. You miss the mark. You will miss. Ah, God, look at the great opportunity in front of with all the battle. Remember that during the tribunal, the petition tribunal, whatever they were doing, going to court and all of that, everybody supported Abure. Everybody rallied around him. We were even making jest of our papa. Little did we know there was something that those people knew that they could not. Of course, they were paid, right? They weaponized whatever knowledge they have to try and bring down the Labour Party, right? But this man, did he not see all of that and take a look at everything and say, you know what, let's make this the biggest party ever? People will register, you don't give them. People had so many complaints coming forward saying that they've tried to register, they don't give them the opportunity, they try to be a part of the party, they don't allow them. It's crazy. How can you not see the big picture when you have such a movement behind you people? Hey God, some people don't know when great beckons. So when great things beckon, people don't. Ah, God, this guy missed the opportunity, has ruined his reputation in the process. First and foremost, when that whole scandal of money missing, billions being taken and all of that, he could have just stepped down. He could have just said, you know what, for the greater good of the party is bigger than one person. I appreciate everybody's support. I'm going to take a step down, step back. So until all these things are resolved. No, greed. You want to fight there. After all, meanwhile, Abure he's not part of the people that started Labour Party. He is not part of the people though that started when Labour Party started. Abure maybe was not even thinking of politics at that time. You now entered inside and you want to now take advantage. Welcome, Mr. Tony, long time. Welcome. He's a big disgrace, Tony. I've been like, how can you have this golden opportunity, this platinum opportunity, and you squander it completely? You squander it completely because of your greed, because of your self-centeredness. It's crazy to me. When you have such a movement behind you, opportunity for you to sign people up from the obedient movement, let them be a part of the Labour Party. You start to position. Oh my shit, God, I beg. Short-sightedness. Short sight. You are thinking of your stomach, only your belly. Opportunity missed. I'm telling you, that convention could have been a perfect opportunity to showcase the achievements of Labour. Oriyomi, I am telling you, perfect opportunity to flex. You now come, you are doing mago because you want to be chairman. By all means, power. Hey, it's so irritating and disgusting at the same time. They changed the constitution too for how long you'll be in the party to run. Yeah, to 2 years. I think it was from 6 months now. They now took it to 2 years. Exactly. From 6 months, they changed it to 2 years. Who does that? Please tell me, who does that? It's crazy to me, oh. This man just squandered golden opportunity. How can you do that? You have such a movement behind you. You didn't even need to buy anyone. You didn't need to do anything. These people are ready to run with whatever candidate you present. Meanwhile, you've been collecting money behind the scenes from candidates. Look at how divided all the elections are now. Because there are rumors of you collecting money from the highest bid. Is that not crazy? If he had excused himself and said, okay, you know what, I'm going to take a step back. The party is bigger than me. It's more than one person. Give a pretty little speech and then step back. You see, the obedience would have come out and say, no, let's forgive him. Let's forgive him. No, but you wanted to insist, especially after that embarrassment, that public embarrassment that was given to him, where they pushed him on the ground and they removed his cap to expose his gorimapa. If na me, I no go, shame no go let me. Hey, God, I know it can't even be me. It cannot be me. What is wrong with these people? And attention seekers. What is it with these people? I've never seen a thing like this before. Let me play one video for you where they said the man is threatening INEC. Okokobioko. INEC, when we dey fight as Nigerians, the evil that they did to us, this man is threatening them. Oh my God. I cannot even believe what I'm seeing. We're supposed to fight together. They fight the institution. They fight, they drag Tinubu down, drag am with all in thieves, 40 thieves. People party wey supposed to
Akweru Ometobono, Professor Ekpekpo Arthur, Andawe Dennis Bakiriri, Igoli Ebi, Akata Kamalawa David, Sinclair Oliki, Clement Ikolo, Ogeden and Ruben General Christopher, refraining from elaborating further on the reasons for the decision. The Labour Party moved the convention from Umuahia, Abia to Nnewi, Anambra State on Tuesday. Addressing journalists, the Labour Party National Legal Advisor Kainde Edu reassured that the party had properly informed INEC about the change in venue and date, demonstrating their commitment to transparency and due process. You'll recall that the Nigeria Labour Congress had asked the Independent National Electoral Commission not to attend the Labour Party's National Convention on March 27, 2024. The NLC made this known in a letter from its solicitors, Falana and Falana Chambers. dated March 22, 2024, and addressed the chairman of INEC, Mahmoud Yakubu. In the letter signed by Marshal Abubakar, the NLC accused the chairman of the Labour Party, Julius Aburi, and his associates of planning an illegal convention in defiance of court orders. The NLC also highlighted the illegality of such a gathering, citing previous court rulings that declare the Labour Party's status and ordered inclusive conventions. The Congress also threatened legal action if INEC failed to comply with the demand to prevent any of the convention process. Now, still on the world news at 12, you do recall that there is a major crisis rocking the Labour Party, and it may have gotten worse due to the reported takeover by the Board of Trustees. We had reported earlier during a convention held in Newi, Anambra State, where Julius Abure was re-elected as the national chairman, and some national officers of the party were also re-elected. However, in a statement released yesterday, the party's Board of Trustees chairman, Sylvester Ejiofor, said the latest takeover occurred after the expiration of the tenure of the National Working Committee led by Aburi. The Board of Trustees stated that it has taken over to prevent any leadership vacuum. The statement further mentioned that the party's Board of Trustees, in collaboration with key stakeholders, will soon communicate the procedures for conducting an all-inclusive and extensive national convention. Ejiofor noted that the decision was in line with the March 2018 Federal High Court consent judgment delivered by Justice Gabriel Kolawole, which recognized the Nigeria Labour Congress as the owner of the Labour Party and mandated that an all-inclusive and expansive national convention of the Labour Party be held. Now, to talk about this and more on the world news at 12, I actually have via the telephone a legal practitioner, a political and social affairs commentator, and that is Barrister Darlington. Barrister Darlington, good afternoon and welcome to the World News at 12. Barrister Darlington, please kindly indicate that you can hear me. Barrister Darlington, can you indicate you can hear me, please?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, but we lost you there. All right, Barrister Darlington, let's start off with the situation. First of all, with the Nigerian army declaring 8 persons wanted, a legal practitioner, Inibehe Effiong, said that we have continued to bastardize our institutions and that we can no longer continue with such Gestapo behaviors. Now, according to Inibehe Effiong, he doesn't have an issue with the fact that 8 persons have been declared wanted. But the issue Inibehe Effiong has is, why is the Nigerian military being the one to declare persons wanted? Because it's a civil case. We're not under a military dictatorship, meaning that the Nigerian police were the ones that are meant to handle this. So according to Inibehe Effiong, it is not the place of the Nigerian army to declare those persons wanted. It is the police that are meant to declare the persons wanted. And so he berated the Nigerian army for being the one to pass that information. They should have rather done what they were supposed to do in terms of whatever investigations they conducted and handed over to the Nigerian police to pick up from there. Are you of the same perception, or would you agree with Inibehe Effiong?
In fact, that lawyer is 100% correct. Esther, the military has been messed up. And that is what this type of thing is going on. The military and their commander-in-chief, they have been wrong ab initio. Remember when Tinubu said they should go and get them? They should go and get them. I was very, very angry with that word. He shouldn't have said that. And that's what gave the military the impetus to do what they are doing now. The lawyer is correct. That is what the law says. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we don't follow the rule of law. That is why these things are going on. And nobody is checkmating it. Nobody. In the first place, so the military knew that 8 people were involved. And the man leveled an entire village. An entire community has been raised down because of 8 people. You mean they knew all along that these 8 people were the culprits, according to them, even though no court has said so? Why didn't they do this initially? Instead military men who killed those civilians in those villages 132 to balance the equation. Because those villagers that died, the military killed them. Those houses that we are born, the military carried it out. So to declare the military 132. That is the only way justice can prevail. You don't do this one-sided. It's not possible. Again, Esther, listen and listen good, though, because that is how they mess up things. Later, they will start looking for somebody to blame. The last time I checked, there have been military officers that died in the line of duty at the battlefront. I mean, those who went on legal duty, that is their responsibility to protect the territorial integrity of Nigeria. That is the primary duty of the military. And they have died at the battlefront fighting the terrorists. Else, at the last time I checked, nobody remembered them. The type of honor given to these other people, these other 17 people, they were never accorded that honor. I'm talking of those who went on illegal duty at Delta State. It is on record that Tinubu never deployed them there. They went there on an illegal duty because one non-state actor invited them. So instead of Tinubu to even sanction them and call their land managers who send these people there, if they are an independent inquiry to know what happened, it was in Abuja issuing order, and these military guys now see it as their responsibility to do whatever they like. And where does that happen? Where does that happen? Now they have declared some people wanted. So they knew all along that there are some names they should have gone after in the first place, or even ask their village heads to catch these people first before they started killing everybody and burning houses. Can you just imagine? So compensate those villagers now after all said and done. Who will compensate them? The compensate people. Hundreds have died. Who will compensate them? These people should take responsibility because he's their commander-in-chief. That's the villagers should go to court. Now that they have mentioned 8 names, they will not tell me how those 8 names compensate for the entire village that they leveled and the sack. Yes. Any lawyer in that community, all the lawyers in that, they should go to court over this matter. Let the military come and explain to me how those 8 people now is now the entire village. The houses they bought, does it belong to those 8 people? That is how to call our military together. They left the problem going on in the north and they're here in Niger Delta. Killing pregnant women, children, and old people, sacking them from their villages. What for? What for God's sake?
All right, Barrister.
What people did now can create animosity in the military. These other people that died at the battlefront, all human beings. They are not military, are they? But these other ones now, you are giving them honor.
Right,
how do you think their friends and their families will see?
Barrister Darlington, let's look at this where a former Minister of Communication, Adebayo Shitu, he has called on the federal government, which is led by President Bola Tinubu, to negotiate with bandits and offer them a hopeful future. According to Shitu, who actually made that statement via a monitor television program, he emphasized that many of the bandits are capable individuals the government should consider keeping. The former minister highlighted the significance of adopting...
Sorry, the line is becoming faint. Sorry, please. The former minister said what?
You know Adebayo Shitu, he was the former Minister of Communication. Can you remember him?
Okay.
Adebayo Shitu, he was the former Minister of Communication.
Yeah, I know,
He's advising President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his government to retain bandits, to keep them. In other words, he's buttressing that they're very intelligent. Now, according to him, he's saying that it's significant to adopt a non-violent approach to address banditry, which would yield fruitful outcomes. That's basically what he's saying. And that it is not too late for a non-kinetic approach to be reintroduced in curbing the situation of banditry. And a lot of people were wondering why he would make such a statement. All right. And I think it has to do with the recent Kaduna release of the 137 pupils who were abducted along with their educator. So he's advising that approach should be adopted by the federal government. Now, Barrister Darlington, let's come home based on the current reality we're seeing in the country. Adebayo Shitu is literally asking for an extension of amnesty to these bandits. In other words, whatever they have done, they should bring them to a round table, have a conversation with them, reintegrate them or integrate them into a system, whether it's information gathering system or security system, we should utilize them. But that kind of approach is not being extended to other groups, possibly like IPOB or CNN or ESN rather, not CNN or ESN. Now, here is the situation. In most instances, when these individuals are apprehended, we don't see them paraded. We don't see whatever prosecution process has commenced for them. Most of the time, we just hear that the Nigerian military was able to neutralize some bandits or some Boko Haram members, but we don't see them paraded like they do with IPOB members when they go to the east. When they go to the east to rout out these individuals from their enclaves. So what exactly is happening with the picture I just created?
Esther, you can see, whenever the government is behaving in a manner that is abnormal, all manner of non-state actors will kill in. I am telling you, both Gumio, both Shitu, and other people, one of the reasons why they have continued to talk anyhow is because they have seen the body language of the federal government towards this terrorism. They have seen it. If not, they cannot make such statements. They can't even try it because they know the consequences. They can be charged for aiding and affecting terrorism. And that means they are accomplices. That is a charge. Aiding and affecting is a charge. But in this case now, because the government is very disposed to what is going on, that's why they can talk anyhow. That with intelligence that you are using guns to shoot pregnant women, shoot the children, intimidate them with guns, and that is how intelligent they are. Is that what Ashitu is telling me?
Is that he's literally saying that they're able-bodied, so they should be retained rather than wasted? They should be retained.
Can you just imagine? It is time for what? For terrorism. Do you know the implication of what this man is suggesting? That means every other young youth in Nigeria can take up arms against the state. That is not what he's saying. That is the implication of what he's saying. And he does not even know. Every other young man can wake up and say, okay, this is the easiest way to get into government. Let us start our own here. By that time now, they will start looking for those who are sabotaging the federal government, those who have betrayed the federal government. Meanwhile, they started it too. Have you seen why I'm quarreling with these people the way they talk? Anyway, I know that the Shutu is no longer in government. Maybe he's looking for rehabilitation or appointment. I know the controversy that threatened his former appointment when he was communication minister. We all know what happened. So he wants to bounce back into APC by making suggestions that the federal government can listen to. Because he has seen how the federal government is playing a role in this matter. Are you telling me that if the federal government is vehemently opposed to what is going on, anybody can make such a suggestion to them? Nobody will try it. But because they have seen that the Tinubu and his government, they don't want to deal with this, frontally. That's why they are bringing suggestions to him, telling him, you can dialogue with him. Even Gumi is telling the military how to end terrorism, as if he wants to school of terrorism himself. You can imagine him saying, lawlessness all over the place. People are just talking anyhow. And when we make suggestions, they will not listen. But when they give them bad suggestions, they will take it. And tomorrow, when things get haywire, they will start looking for somebody to blame. Why should anybody in his right frame of mind suggest that we should be dialoguing with terrorists without considering all the things they have done? Because their own family members are not involved. Esther, do you know how many people that are in that forest now with those kidnappers and bandits? People who may not even celebrate either Ramadan or Easter.
Barrister Darlington, let's go on. We have other things to talk about, and our time is very limited. Apparently, the Defense Headquarters has released phone numbers to report information about Simon Ekpa and other wanted persons. You know that Simon Ekpa and multiple persons have been declared wanted by the defense headquarters. And then in response to the defense headquarters move, Simon Ekpa as well declared President Bola Ahmed Tinubu wanted, declared Kashim Shettima wanted, as well as other persons within the cabinet of the president. And with these phone numbers, the idea is for anyone who has any information about them should actually report it to the Nigerian police or the Nigerian military. But then the question that people are asking is, if they had used this kind of consecrated effort in flushing out IPOP members, in having to flush out possibly Boko Haram members, maybe we may not have the kind of insecurity that we're currently experiencing in the country. In a minute, what's your take on that? Because we need to look into...
Exactly. Before they tell me to give them information on whoever, the ones under their nose here, the ones under their nose, have they dealt with it? For God's sake, was you not said that when you take care of the baby, the pounds will take care of itself? The ones under their nose here, what have they done about it? Are they not the one romancing with them? And you say you should give them information. So up to now, they don't know where Simon Ekpa is, Abi. The entire Igbo leadership or another has told the federal government to go and bring Simon Ekpa in Netherlands where he is. Did anybody listen to them? Did anybody support to Simon Ekpa in the Southeast? Did you not tell him, this man that is causing him, go and bring him? You know how to extradite him. You know where he stay. You know his house. Everything about Simon Ekpa is known to the federal government. So what are they telling us? That I should give them his phone number. They don't know where he is, Abi, but they were able to bring him Nnamdi Kanu to Kenya and then rendition him into Nigeria. Is that what I said? They don't know. So when they don't want to do anything, this is what they say. All those things that they listed there, they don't know where to pick them up. They don't know where they are.
Right,
is that what they're telling me? And I want to believe that.
Let's head into the situation with the labor crisis. INEC was distanced itself from the recent convention that was organized by the Labour Party, and one of the things was that the Labour Party themselves had actually warned INEC. This is what actually happened. INEC did not monitor the convention's conduct. They refrained, however, from elaborating further reasons for this decision. Meanwhile, the Congress threatened legal action if INEC fails to comply with the demand to prevent what they deemed a breach of justice and the rule of law. Now, apparently, you do know that there was a letter which was signed by Marshal Abubakar. The NLC accused the chairman of the Labour Party, Julius Aburi, and his associates of planning an illegal convention in defiance of court orders, and that they went ahead to mention a particular court order that took place way earlier in 2018, where it was said the court declared that the NLC owns the Labour Party, which in this turn brings Joe Ajaero by saying that the NLC owns Labour Party and they possibly have a way of conducting or deciding how the Labour Party goes. Now, we have realized that after that convention, the Board of Trustees are now the ones in charge of what is going on within the Labour Party. So the question I want to ask you is this. All of this internal wrangling happening within the Labour Party, do you see this affecting Peter Obi in 2027?
You should know what is happening next.
What is
Somebody wants Labour Party dead. Because before Peter Obi came into that party, nobody had anything about Labour Party.
But so when you say somebody, these are issues within the party itself. Initially, we had the Arabambi and Lamidi Apapa that were a faction of the party, and those ones were like, okay, fine, they were stooges being used by political opponents. But this time around, you're having a Joe Ajaero, you're having some other men, even Ayuba Waba. These individuals have interfered within the Labour Party situation, and they're also saying they do not trust Julius Aburi to continue to lead the party. Now, Julius Aburi, based on the convention that was held recently, re-emerged as the chairman of the Labour Party. So my question actually is this. There have been a lot of call for Peter Obi to make a critical decision. If he wants to maintain the status quo, all right, or the momentum that he gathered during the 2023 elections, he should possibly distance himself from the Labour Party or start up a new political party. Others are saying instead of him distancing himself from the party, he should interfere and see how he can ameliorate the problem, this vacuum before it becomes something else, whereby they lose the massive support they got in 2023. What would you advise that we should do?
Now, listen very well. Listen very well. Labour Party is different from NLC.
Okay.
That is a fact. I don't know why Labour Party did not challenge this ruling in 2018. I don't know why. Somebody ought to have challenged it, the ruling of that court.
Yeah,
it is wrong.
Justice Gabriel Kolawole, which
I
recognized
said it
NLC
is
as
wrong.
one of the Labour
It is
Party.
wrong. Very, very wrong. Because let me give you my take.
Okay.
NLC is a body of all Nigerian workers.
All right.
And Nigerian workers include the PDP, APC, Labour Party, SDP, every other political party. And these workers are working in different government organizations and private organizations. So how could all of them now come together and be members of Labour Party for them to be taking decisions for Labour Party? How does this sound? Or is it because of the nomenclature Labour Party? NLC is NLC. Labour Party is Labour Party. Not every member of NLC is a member of Labour Party. That one is a fact.
So are you saying that there are some persons in the opposition within the Nigeria Labour Congress that's trying to institutionalize what is going on centering to create a fracture within the Labour Party?
Exactly what I'm going. Ask yourself, why is it that Labour Party is having this problem? It started with Alabafi and their Papa. Even when the court have ruled that they have no say, they don't have any leadership role to play in Labour Party, they were still acting. Police was still supporting them. They were parading with DSS. They are parading with police. Who is behind all this? Answer, who is behind it? Who is giving them the impetus? You have not asked the question. And now, that one has died down. Joe Aderola woke up. Remember when somebody told him that if you want to join a political party, you better wait for Remember?
That was the president.
That
when
is
the NLC
yes.
wanted to go on strike, and the president
Exactly.
said that he should wait till 2027.
After that statement, look at what happened. Look at what followed him. Judge now woke up to start claiming the ownership of Labour Party. Something that is very, very unlawful.
So Ayuba Waba, who was a former NLC president, in also putting his mouth or interfering within the political party, the conflicts within the Labour Party, are we saying that somebody in that place are sponsoring these individuals? Because from what
I am telling you, every non-member of that Labour Party that is talking and saying things, they are being sponsored.
So Barrister,
it is very, very obvious.
Barrister Darlington, so if that is the case now, and based on the court ruling of March 2018, where a federal high court consented a judgment which was delivered by Justice Gabriel Kolawole, recognizing the NLC as the owner of the Labour Party. If the court has recognized NLC as the Labour Party, does it mean now we have other opposition parties within the NLC deciding how the leadership or control or political maneuvering within the Labour Party will go, since the court already has designated the NLC as the owner of the Labour Party?
Do you know one thing? One of the sections in the constitution of NLC says that NLC cannot use their money to sponsor any political party. And that is very important. Let the NLC come and tell me that all the members of NLC, that all of them belong to the Labour Party.
So if that is the case,
you know that
how did the Federal High Court rule and give a judgment that the NLC owns the Labour Party?
Is it today that you start hearing the ruling of the court? What happened in Jos? That even the Supreme Court was very, very much angry with. You didn't hear that one. What they did to what's it called now? The assembly members in Jos, and their governor, that the Supreme Court took a swap against them. I know that if the group is letter on the National Assembly member, he would have stepped upon that ruling.
So,
but they cannot.
I'm sorry, Barrister Darlington, if the Board of Trustees within the Labour Party can see the machinations taking place, doesn't it look like possibly they're falling into the trap of whatever loopholes this opposition has presented them? Because lately, the internal wrangling have become so worrisome that those who used to believe in the party no longer do. And it now feels like money or greed is what is taking center stage.
You see, whenever you have a man who wants to follow due process, who wants to be gentle, I've told you before, P2B is being gentleman here.
So in other words,
He's
you're
trying
advising
to
he should
play
do
by the
something else. He should possibly become what, aggressive? What do you want him to do? He's just a
not
candidate.
not even aggressive. At least let him be a bit forceful. That is why these things are happening.
When you say forceful, in what regard? Forceful how?
He doesn't know that those people, those people he believes in, don't believe in his own way of doing things. That is just the problem. They are taking advantage of it to be gentlemanly approach and due process approach to doing things. That is the problem here. That is why all these big gadgets is going on right, left, and center. Imagine Rabambi and the Papa being told by the court that they have no role to play here, yet they are still parading themselves. That is what happened. They allow so many things to go wrong. That is why everybody can wake up. I am telling you, if this general issue die up now, another person will rise up tomorrow and start talking. And start, they are being sponsored from outside, and they have to take back in.
Mr. Darlington, if INEC has distanced itself from the recent concluded convention that the Labour Party organized, does it mean that the re-elected chairman of the Labour Party is not being recognized by INEC? Because INEC did not give reasons as to why they distanced themselves from the convention that was carried out.
Because they said the due process was not followed, and that is a fact. Even the press was not allowed to cover it.
Yes, the press was.
I don't know.
Journalists
Yes.
were barred from having to cover the convention.
So that means those who did that thing, they are hiding something.
So are we saying that means if that is the case, then whoever was re-elected as the Labour Party chair is not officially authenticated or is not officially recognized by INEC?
It is left for the leader because the highest decision-making body of any political party is their BOD.
Yes, they are the ones in charge of the party now. They are actually the ones of the ones in charge of the party now. Based on what
if the BOC have risen against what is going on, then let us wait and see what they will tell INEC. Because they said that they are going to do another convention, which will expand and include everybody.
All right.
That's what they said. That means the one they did just recently is not and void.
Yes, it is.
Yes, that's what they are saying. So it means that look, Toby should not continue to be aloof in matters of Labour Party.
All right.
He should not continue to be aloof. Yes, he should form his own team.
So that means the convention that was held yesterday was held by Julius Aburi. Not everybody was carried along for the convention. If the BOT has taken over and set another day to be mentioned where it to be an all-inclusive national convention. So it means that the one of yesterday or the one that recently took place was only done by a certain faction or a certain group of persons within the Labour Party. Hello, Barrister Darlington. Can you hear me? All right, we've lost that connection. We sincerely do apologize. I actually wanted Barrister Darlington to help us give a better clarification on the just concluded convention. If INEC distanced itself, if the BOT after the convention that took place recently are the ones now in charge of the political proceedings within the Labour Party, obviously the previous convention shouldn't have been called for if it would not be an all-inclusive convention. Journalists were barred. INEC couldn't partake in it because due process wasn't followed. So what was the essence of conducting that convention in the first place if they knew at the end of the day it would be dissolved? So these are the things I wanted Barrister Darlington to help us shed more light on. However, we've lost him. But however, thank you, Barrister Darlington, for taking your time to help explain these issues. To wrap up the world news at 12, here again are the top stories.
My people, hey. I'm glad that they canceled that convention and they're going to be setting up a new one. It's very, very important that they do that. Because guess what would have happened? They would have lost a chunk of obedience, I'm telling you. Because people were not happy about it. People have not been happy about it at all. I don't know, like the Barrister Darlington said, and I kind of actually agree with what he said. That there's some people working against the Labour Party to destroy it from the inside out. There's no way you can't suspect that. They are probably even using the Abure himself. somebody that's collected money and cleaned mouth. Instead of you to hold yourself accountable, right? So that people will know, so that we'll know what to do. No, you want to impose yourself. You hold a convention. The key leaders of that party, they are not part of the convention. Please make it make sense. Make it make sense, you know. And Kenny, you said he wants, you know what? I don't know. In a way, I kind of feel like he needs to like be a little bit more forceful. I think the time for being too diplomatic is over. This is my own opinion, no, you understand? But I think he needs to start getting more forceful because Peter Obi has a lot of power, man. Only one hand like this, obedient movement go move. I don't know. I'm telling you. So I think he needs to really start becoming more forceful. That man has a lot of power behind him. He does. So he needs to start using some of it. Not all, you know, he doesn't have to get aggressive, right? But he can really start to work with what he's got. He needs to start, you know, becoming more and more forceful. Anyway, he's gonna be coming to Parallel Facts tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, right? So he's gonna be coming there. So a lot of people are going to ask him a lot of questions, you know. Yeah, I agree with you. He will definitely be with them because he did not even attend the convention. What's his name? Alex Oti did not attend the convention. Key people in Labour Party did not attend. Ahmed Dati did not attend. A lot of that convention is supposed to be like a massive party with a lot of smiles and, you know, welcoming new people in, welcoming a lot of people in. Ha! No, I beg. Mm-mm. Anyway, when I hear say I won't bring another video come. When I hear so na Baba Blue talk, say he no foresee the anonymity of the problem in Nigeria. When I hear him, I've been only me hear him. Hey, I don't feel laugh. I laugh. I want to fall on the ground. I say, is this man singing reggae or blue? What the heck is he talking about? He didn't know the anonymity of the problem. Are you kidding me? Are you for real right now? When they were saying they only need his strategy, they need his head and not they need his brain and not his body. What did he think they meant? I don't understand. He has policies. He's a strategist. He built Lagos. Are you kidding me? He built Lagos. He built River Niger. He founded River Niger. Everything that since the beginning of Lagos, even before he was born, he already built Lagos. The man he's daring. He open him mouth. Wow. He talk say he don't know the enormity of Nigerian problem. Hey, God forbid that thing. When he support us, so
Well, it's not a surprise though, except people who didn't follow the campaigns. During the campaigns, Tinubu was the poorest performer, someone that delegated questions to his associates to answer on his behalf. That tells you all you need to know. So his acceptance now that he didn't foresee the enormity of Nigeria's challenges before he took over power shows why we have the trial and error policy of his administration. They try anything they like, they test everything they want. Nigeria's economy has become a giant guinea pig for their testing the microphone. Ultimately, Nigerians are suffering his incompetence and lack of due diligence. This is coming from a man who mocked a fellow contestant, the Labour Party candidate in the past presidential election, Peter Obi, for always talking about statistics and talking about figures. In his infamous speech, "Na statistics we go chop."
That one, I think na statistics we go chop.
By the way, this was revealed by his special advisor on information and strategy, Mr. Bayo Onanuga, in an interview with Business Day newspapers, when he was asked, will it be right to say that Tinubu did not foresee the present enormous challenges in the country when he took over in May 2023? He responded in the affirmative, saying, quote, "Yes, when you are outside, you will not have the full picture of things until you get inside to see what has really happened," unquote. He said a lot of things that we will not cover in this video because it will be too long. Chief among the things he said that reflected Tinubu's unpreparedness for the job was his instant removal of petrol subsidy the day he took over power. But this wasn't what Tinubu said that pushed him to remove petrol subsidy. He said that the major reason why he decided to remove petrol subsidy was because of a few people that were so powerful more than the Nigerian state. These people were beyond police arresting them or other security agencies. So because these people were making money from petrol subsidy, he decided to push the inefficiency of the state to Nigerians to bear the cost. Meanwhile, the Nigerian government still spends about 17 billion naira per day on petrol subsidy, while Nigerians are buying petrol at more than 600 naira per liter. Before he announced the removal of petrol subsidy, petrol was being sold for about 200 naira per liter. We were still paying for petrol subsidy then. Today we are still paying for petrol subsidy. Why is petrol being sold for 600 naira per liter? Where is the excess savings going to? Are they going to account to Nigerians? After all, they told Nigerians to bear the cost. More transparency is needed here.
Nigeria is a kid. The last 40 years, some very few people were cornering our commonwealth, calling it subsidy. I call it wasteful and thievery.
Governance isn't hard. Forget the fact that Nigerian politicians like to make it look like rocket science. It's very easy to convince Nigerians because Nigerians are good people. They just want the good life. Why can't politicians give it to them? Politicians must live by example. You cannot be telling people to buy Nigerian-made goods while you people concentrate on traveling abroad all the time for the slightest problem. For medical treatments, they like to buy foreign goods. The other day, the National Assembly bought hundreds of vehicles from abroad using scarce dollars that is not even available to local merchants who need them in order to drive down the cost of goods. Today, Nigerians are asking, why is the naira gaining against the dollar like other currencies across the world, but it is not reflecting on the price of goods? This is very, very simple. This is economics 101. You expect people who bought dollars when it was high to sell at a low price. No, it's not possible. And people are asking why it doesn't happen the other way around. Immediately the dollar gains against the naira. Merchants are very quick to increase the price almost instantaneously. Yes, that's how business works. Even local manufacturers that import raw materials to manufacture their products, they always monitor the FX rate. This is because when they sell some of their products, they have to convert the naira that they earned into dollars and use that to order the raw materials from abroad. So even a local manufacturer depends on the FX rate because they use that to import raw materials. Likewise, imported products. Merchants that placed order for goods in January or in February, it takes an average of 3 months for the manufacturer in China or Asian country where the product is manufactured to manufacture the goods and ship them till it arrives Nigeria. So if the person placed the order 2 months ago or maybe in February, consider the exchange rate in February. That's the exchange rate the person will calculate in order to fix the price. Otherwise, he will lose. That's how it works. No one is in business to make losses. People are in business to make profit. So what it means is that people won't see a price reduction in the market till about a few months. That depends solely if the naira continues gaining against the dollar. Exchange rate stability is very, very important. Before people can build confidence in Nigeria's economy, the exchange rate must be stable for at least 6 months to up to 1 year. If that happens, then expect to see price stability in the market. People will no longer be thinking about FX rate going up and down. They will say, it has been stable for the past 6 months. That alone will make people have a lot of confidence in the economy. Even government business will be affected. There won't be any need to be adding a lot of overhead costs in procurement, in other things, because they know that the price in the market is stable. It has been stable for a very long time. It will continue to be stable. In Western countries, most products have maintained the same price for the past 10 years or more. Despite all the inflation, they have maintained the same price. That's how it works. That is how it should work in an emerging economy like Nigeria if we had exchange rate stability. Coming back to why Nigerians are good people, we know where Tinubu made the exchange rate. The exchange rate was about 700 naira to $1. That's not even the official exchange rate. It was far lower than that. But right now, he took it up to nearly 1,900 naira and to where it is today. And people are already saying, hey, he's doing a good job, despite not taking the FX rate to where he met it, not to talk of improving on the value. So this is why politicians treat Nigerians anyhow they want, because they know that we have very short memory, that we always take everything and say, okay, hey, he's doing good, let's support him, despite all the hardship he brought on Nigerians. Everyone wants Nigeria to work for everyone. How do you achieve that? You achieve that by holding the people in power to account. If you don't hold them to account, they will behave anyhow they want. Look at what the National Assembly members are doing right now. Okonjo-Iweala was here in Nigeria for a few days. She visited Kaduna. They couldn't find ways to sit down with her in Abuja and discuss whatever they want to discuss with her. Instead, they had to use cash dollars and extra codes to travel to Switzerland to meet her. Maybe this discussion just took a few minutes or maybe 2 hours, but they must spend that extra code. They must travel abroad on the scarce foreign exchange that Nigerians need, despite the fact that Nigeria is broke. But the way they spend this money, you will be saying, Nigeria is not a poor country, because it is very unjustifiable. People that want to save money will even ask Okonjo-Iweala. After all, she's a Nigerian citizen. They will say, please help us to save money. Whenever you're coming to Nigeria, let's discuss what we want to discuss in Switzerland. Let's do it here so that we save money. But no, they must be lavishing the money and spending it as if it is their own money. So this is the problem. Leadership should be by example. When you're telling Nigerians to tighten their belts, that there is hardship, but there is hope that after a few years, things will turn around, at least leaders should start with themselves. Let them tighten their belts first before telling Nigerians to tighten their belts. They are busy spending the money anyhow they want, throwing parties, traveling, enjoying all the good life, and they turn around and tell Nigerians, no, you have to do the opposite. You have to live in poverty, despite the fact that Nigerians didn't cause all this. The political class put Nigerians in poverty, and they're still turning around and telling them, continue being in poverty till whenever hope comes. Which hope?
I'm not worried about the exchange rates and the because the salary should be in Naira. And you are not an importer or exporter.
Welcome, Sido. In fact, greetings to you and thank you for coming. Welcome. Today's Thursday. Happy Thursday to you.
Same to you, same to you. Greetings too. It's been a while.
It's been a while, though. How now? How you
Greetings
day?
to
How's
everyone.
everything? How's your week
Yeah,
so
going well,
far?
going well, going
That's
well,
good.
and just watching everything as things
Okay.
unfold.
Yeah. What do you think? A lot has unfolded, though. A lot. You know about the meeting, the conference, Labour Party conference. You heard about the Agbado saying that the problem is magnanimous. You did not know. You heard about.
Ah,
You heard about what else has been? Even me, I'm losing track. Hey, Nigeria every
I
day.
know, I know.
The number
Nigeria.
of people that were kidnapped. They said they
Yeah,
released the girls. They were very vague about it. No pictures, no videos, nothing. They
I
said they
know.
released 137. They finally now balked and said they released only 130 something students. People are asking, where are the rest? Where are the rest? Don't enter
Yeah,
voice mail. Then
I
is it
know.
the one that is happening in your Kwama community? They have not
Yes,
still come and tell us what exactly happened. Why did they enter the village and start tying people and burning down? My brother, you know the
I
rest.
know. Tinubu's Nigeria. I think he said na statistics we could chop. It's okay. And then unfortunately, unfortunately, it's been one crisis after the other, and
Since he entered, crisis.
they got
Since he
the
entered,
problem is,
I said, subsidy gone.
I know, bravado.
God.
And at the end of the day, he's now seeing that governance on that scale is different level, and he doesn't have the capacity physically, mentally, otherwise to meet the challenges of a very viral nation like Nigeria. So unfortunately, Nigerians have to suffer it. Nigerians have to suffer it because, like you said, there are many things that are happening. We have seen the Senegalese example. We're seeing the issues in Labour Party, which I talked about after the last election, that Labour Party needs to get themselves together because the Labour Party is nothing if there's no Peter Obi. It's just like any other mushroom party. So Peter Obi is the beautiful bride there who has really pushed it. So, but now Labour Party has to understand that there must be internal cleanup. So all these things that Abure is doing is wasting his time, and at the way the setup is now, if I'm Abure, I will just go off. But you see, these people are like normal Nigerian politicians. They don't think, they don't use their brain at all. You, instead of working with a goodwill, have a better convention, hand over, and allow a proper process so that people that really understand real politics, so that we can have a proper party, a party that will show examples. But he thought he could hijack the party and play to the gallery. What he did yesterday is to play to the gallery, bring it down to Peter B's base, do all the shenanigans they did.
You
And
mean Abure, right?
yeah, yeah.
It was strategic for bringing it to Anambra.
No, but it was very silly. It was very silly
Very
because
silly,
the man you
exactly.
brought it to did not show up. You see, he
None of the
doesn't know
key
Peter
people
Obi.
showed up.
Doesn't know Peter
None.
Obi. Peter Obi is a stickler to rules. He follows rules. That's the way he is. He follows something. If it's like this, he will follow it. So they've been telling Abure, you have to follow the rules of your party. There's the conventional rules, and it has to start with the local government. It has to start on the local level before it goes to the national level. And there are specific rules in the Labour Party constitution. If you follow it, then there won't be any dissenting voice, and the real people will come in. And so they have overwhelmed him now, because now the BOT, the Board of Trustees, have been reconstituted, and the big boys have taken over. The Board of Trustees include Peter Obi, some guys in the labor movement, some guys in the Labour Party. They create the Board of Trustees, and these people are senior citizens. So, and INEC did not show up in that thing that he created as a conference. So, I think Abure is afraid that once he is no longer the chairman of the party, he will not carry most of these miscreants hide under Peter Obi. You get me?
That's
They
true.
hide under the movement.
Yeah.
They hide under the movement.
This is
Meanwhile, they
very
are
true.
very, very, low life characters. So Abure, exactly.
Sorry, Sid. Oriyomi say Abure obviously doesn't know Peter Gregory Omo Shalewa. Omo Shalewa.
Exactly.
Oh my god, that is so funny. I couldn't
Very,
help
very,
it. Go
he's
ahead.
very on point. He doesn't know that man. So he wanted to implicate Peter Obi. All right. He doesn't know that Peter Obi has played politics in PDP, ABGA. Where is Abure learning politics? You bring it to Peter Obi's home ground so that Peter Obi will be boxed into a corner that he has to show. Peter Obi did not show up there. Can you imagine? That's the highest disgrace ever.
Exactly.
If your main man
Exactly.
does not show up in your convention, you know that you're on your own. That's number one. Number two, the bride of the party now, because now you know you add other people. Alex Oti did not go there. And Alex Oti is a strong member of the Labour Party. Your
Word
only
up.
governor, the only governor of the party is not even in the convention. Then you know that you're on your own. You're basically dancing in the market square naked.
Naked. See, let me just add, all the Labour Party representatives, I don't know how many of them showed up. And
They
by
didn't
the
show
way,
up.
a lot of them have now moved to PDP. Did you guys hear that?
Oh, they have moved to PDP.
Yes, there was an article. I saw it on Twitter.
I don't trust that.
They've transferred to PDP. I'm telling you.
Who are the people? Who are the names?
I have to find.
Okay,
that
please
article.
find
I'll
that
bring it
because
here.
as it stands now, there are no confirmations of that. What is happening is that the Board of Trustees have given out a statement with regards to the party, and they are standing on Constitution, and they have a judgment with regards to it. So, and Abure is just trying to do bravado, and then he tried to sweeten it by saying, "Oh, he's giving Peter Obi, and nobody's contesting with Peter Obi for 2027. Nobody's contesting with Alex Oti for 2027. Who cares? Nobody's talking about that. What Peter Obi wants is that Peter Obi is trying to find a way. Peter Obi is House of Assembly of Enugu has decamped to PDP. Oh, that one is that's okay. Labour, yeah, you know, it's because Nigerian politics is like that. The governor in Enugu is a PDP governor, and so he has used that influence. Because if you look at Enugu, the truth is that Labour won Enugu.
So they said 6 LP members of Enugu Assembly.
Yes, that's in
PDP.
Now that is a very local politics.
Okay.
If you look at the local politics, remember that Edoga, who was the Labour candidate, it was the same thing that happened almost with Oti's election. The guy went to Abuja and the results changed. And the PDP guy won it just by whiskers. But in the House of Assembly, Labour Party had a lot of candidates in the House of Assembly that came through. So it would have been a very strongly Labour-centered government with the governor and the House of Assembly. However, because they lost, and through our useless courts, the governor had a fake NYC result that NYC actually said was fake, but trust our courts, they threw it away. They didn't want to look at it. So the PDP governor there has to find a way to move other people. And what, like I said, this was a bandwagon. So in a bandwagon, you carry mixed multitudes. So they came under the P2B bandwagon. But you see, these men are after their stomach. So it's very easy for them to decamp to PDP because the governor there is PDP. So I see it as a local issue. But the general issue of the Labour Party, I feel this is a time to reconstruct the party so that the right people can run the party and that you break the infiltrations of Tinubu, because Tinubu has his men in Labour, he has his men in all the pies, because that's the way he tries to upset those parties, whether PDP and all that. He tries to play those kind of politics. So some of this confusion you see, if you trace deeply into it, you see sometimes the fingers of Mr. Tinubu. However, moving on to other issues, I think the way Obi has handled it is very good because he doesn't need to stain himself, which is a very important thing. Then there's a flood that happened in Anambra, and the story about the flood in Anambra. Yeah, Abia State sent delegates. They sent delegates. However, there's not the delegates are not. Nobody can know who and who is who. So don't worry about that convention. I don't think it has water because the main people that should be there, INEC, was not there. So the thing is already dead on arrival. The convention is dead on arrival. So because INEC must be in every convention. Yeah. Abure is the real reason why Labour Party legislation. Yeah, you are right. You know, Abdul, you're right. I mean, not only because of that. I mean, Abure, of course, is an issue, but I don't think it's only because of that. Now, can you imagine? Okay, Peter Obi says that somebody promised him 600 million to his campaign.
Are you serious? Abure said
Yes.
that?
No, Peter Obi.
Okay.
So somebody promised him 600 million to his campaign. He said it last week. And that he didn't know. Peter Obi did not know. He didn't know
60
about
million, you mean? 60 million.
600 million naira, yeah.
Was it 60 or 600? I think it was 60.
Okay, 60. I think it's 60.
Yeah, I think it was 60.
60, yeah, 60. 60 million, which is a big money, you know.
Yeah.
And you can imagine that somebody, it didn't get to Peter Obi. The question is that who is that person? So Peter Obi has instructed that they should make sure that that money is returned to them. And I sense that it will be Abure. But Peter Obi doesn't want to cross, a Rakos in the whole system. But, such big money does not go to a low person. Such big money does not come to a very low cadre Labour Party leader. It will come to the main office and main guys, but they will know how they will sneak it and it will never reach without knowing that such kind of person has influence and he may be able to get across to P2B. So those are the issues we are seeing. Then I wanted to talk about Soludo's roads that are now floating in the river. Oh my God.
I saw those roads. I was like, what in the world?
Those roads are just 6 months old.
That's what I heard. I was in shock.
Soludo is a big failure. It's a big failure. So-called professor. I'm so ashamed that such a man, when you see him coming, he only talks about. And the thing is now annoying Anambra people, he just comes and talks. Nothing. Unfortunately, Valentine Ozigbo has declared, I don't know if you watched his interview on Arise with
I was going to play that interview actually.
Yeah, so I think
I was going to bring it and play it on Valentine Ozigbo's interview.
Yeah, so I think Soludo should start counting his listing because there's no way they will vote him out.
You think that Valentine is going to take it though?
Yes. He's
going to take it?
Because P2B, that's his base now. If P2B loses that base, that's a problem. That is P2B's home state.
That's true.
That they have two senators in that place. Okay, Labour Party has. The thing is that the P2B was an ABGA member, so ABGA was very strong, and the support that P2B gave Soludo is what was happening here. But the man has not performed. So the thing is that it will turn against him. That's just the truth.
Right. Let me play this video and then we'll continue to talk, because I was actually putting on hold just to hear you, touch on some of the
That's fine.
concerns. So you be our professor for this side.
No, it's okay. I'm not Soludo professor, please.
No, not that type.
I'm just joking.
Thank you.
Now, anyone who listened to Professor Chukwuma Soludo's speech marking his 2 years in office as governor of Anambra State would have come away with a sense of the bilious confidence that seemed to be oozing from the governor as he boldly declared his achievements and talked about governance progressing at a dizzying pace. He spoke about how well he was doing, the construction of high-quality roads, the employment of thousands of teachers and healthcare professionals, the provision of free computers and buses for schools, regaining control of the security of the state, and the rebuilding of the capital, Oka, among other touted achievements. And all this without borrowing any money and whilst refusing to pay himself any salary. Impressive, isn't it? But not to his critics, amongst them the man who ran against him in the last election, Valentine Ozigbo. He says it's all hot air and that he and most people in Anambra State haven't yet seen evidence of any sustainable repositioning of the state. But Governor Soludo disagrees.
2022, when we came in, healthcare infrastructure, sexually transmitted gender-based violence, and so on and so forth. Yes, one youth, two skills. No, thank you very much. Thank you. This is a unique program that I think we are mainstreaming, and I think the rest of the country has something to learn from this. This is rooted in the Igbo apprenticeship training and mentorship scheme, where we'll train them in 2 skills, basic trade skill, then entrepreneurship skill, and then we'll empower them with about 2 billion and another 2.5 billion available for concessional loans to them.
I believe now is the best time to hold you accountable by asking some basic questions. How have you fared your first 2 years? Especially when it comes to very important sectors like security, like economy, transportation, including roads, education, health, all the human capital development indices, agriculture, and many more. How have you managed those very critical institutions that define us, like civil service, traditional institutions, religious institutions, trade unions, town unions, etc.? How have you improved on important cities like Onitsha, Obaru, Nnewi, Oka, Ipo, Obosi, Ekulobia, the Omambala axis? How have you fared in other important areas that will improve the lives of our youngsters, our women, like sports, technology, entertainment, tourism, etc.?
For more on Chukwuma Soludo's performance since he became governor of Anambra State 2 years ago, I'm joined now in the studio by the former PDP governorship candidate in Anambra State, now Labour Party governorship aspirant, Valentine Ozigbo. Good to see you, Valentine, and my apologies. I don't know what happened there. I could hear people murmuring in my ears, murmurs of panic when they pushed the button and it wouldn't play. But hopefully we'll be able to get to it a bit later. But thank you very much indeed for joining us. So let me ask the obvious question. How would you assess Professor Soludo's first 2 years of governor of Anambra State?
Just like you would hear me speak on that video, not impressed. And again, I believe I speak on behalf of majorities of the Anambra. For you really to assess performance of a governor, it's important to look at an entire chain. But before I do this, I want to actually leave a caveat. This is really not about politics. There's a reason why I've waited for 2 years to speak out. I didn't want to be a distraction to what he was doing or be blamed for it. So basically, this is nothing personal. This is me being a good citizen that I want to be. And this is also me urging citizens to hold their government accountable. That's the only time we can push them to do more. When we're complacent, we become part of the problem. And I don't know how to emphasize this. Now, talking about Governor Soludo, it's not about effort, it's about outcome. It's not about rhetorics, It's about how you make people feel. If you really want to know how Ndi Anambra is feeling today, go and ask. Today, yesterday actually, a story of kidnapping in Orumba North, Obufo precisely, where, in fact, actually stormed the police station, destroyed police station, killed about 2 policemen. A few days before, they kidnapped the governor's advisor on pharmacy, together with another gentleman from Orumba North. This happened in Agota, his local government. Now, this is just a signpost about what's happening security-wise in his own local government. If you go around Anambra, if you ask anybody, what's the #1 need in Anambra today? It's security. Are we safe? We don't feel safe. You can speak all the grammar, you can say all the niceties, but the reality is what I'm painting.
But isn't the reality that he has, I mean, he is the chief security officer,
Yes.
but he's got limited control over what actually happens in the state? Because, I mean, it's not unique to Anambra State. It's a general problem across Nigeria.
I agree. But guess what? We're not facing this for the first time. I also pointed that out. Sometime in the past, when Peter B was governor, we had worst case. How did we solve it? What did he do? He was just a governor, subnational level. There are a lot of things you can do. A few weeks ago, I sat down with Alex Oti in Abia State. How many times have you heard stories of kidnapping? What's the distance between Anambra and Abia State? Just to point to a fact, so you can show true leadership. He says to me, you can't conduct any kidnapping thing here and go free, because I have people they've trained, they've empowered, and equipped that are doing the right thing. I don't discuss security in the open, but I'm saying to you, you can show leadership in that regard. And I pointed to a particular AIG who was in Zone 13, Anambra State, who I sat down with him and he said to me, for the past how many weeks, months he came into Anambra State, he hasn't had the opportunity of sitting down. Because I was asking him, don't you guys conduct security meetings on a regular, at least once a week, given the importance of security? Now, I'm just talking about security. Now, let's not go into the symptoms. I want us to understand where these things might have gone wrong so that we can, hopefully, if he listens, maybe can pick it up and get better. Let's go into the vision. What's the vision that he has? You hear this Dubai Taiwan thing that people are totally disconnected from. What's Dubai Taiwan? People actually now say, please abandon this, give us Abba, give us Ghana. No, seriously. So, number 2, leadership. Who in his cabinet believes in this vision that he's pursuing? Alone. If you come into such state like Anambra with such a Republican mind, and you don't have enough dose of emotional intelligence, you are bound to fail. Emotional intelligence means, number 1, you have to speak truth to yourself. You can't lie to yourself. You must be able to say, this is my strength, this is my weakness, and this is how to overcome my weakness. So if you think you're the smartest thing in the room, you're already failing from day 1. Number 2 is your respect and courtesy for a fellow human being. Every single part of Anambra life, there's one quarrel, one disharmony or another, from the religious institutions to the traditional rulers, to the civil servants, to the president generals, to the town unions, to the keke drivers, to the market women. It's one issue or another, because there's not enough dose of emotional intelligence. And that also gives you what I call social awareness. So you know when to speak and when to listen. You can conduct a meeting and you're the only one speaking, and then take another 5 minutes to do vote of thanks and salute your oratory skills, and life goes on. I don't want to go into things that may appear personal, but the point is that leadership is lacking. And then you go into the issue of setting priorities right. Because when you understand the root causes, all these other things we're talking about, security, education, are the symptoms of that manifestation. If you can't set your priorities right, you are building a 10-story hotel in Anambra. Who tells you that's what we need now? And what makes you think it's government that must build it? Why can't you encourage, incentivize the private sector to get that done? So you can focus on the key priorities of government. And if you now go into the human capital indices, education first, how have we taken it further from where it was? Yes, we're doing well on that side, but there's a lot more we can do. And the healthcare, agriculture, I can go on and on.
Right.
The point is that I totally am not impressed. I'm not too surprised because really, if you haven't been a proper CEO, not a government advisor or a lecturer, that alone wouldn't equip you to get this job done.
Well, I mean, your critics and your political opponents and his supporters would say that you are sufficiently obsessed with your loss against Professor Soludo in the last Anambra governorship election to want to get some sort of payback against him after he defeated you. I mean, some have already cited the fact that other opposition people, like the APC former governor of the state, who wasn't in the APC then, but it was, former minister of labor, came out and delivered a speech at his 2-year anniversary in support of him, even though he's a member of the opposition, and that his popularity crosses those sort of political boundaries, but clearly not yours. That's what they would say.
I started by saying this to you, that if it was about that, then I should have started from day one. I would have actually taken him to court after they declared that I wasn't the winner. I left him, called him that same day, said, congratulations. And I moved on. I never bothered calling him ever again. And thankfully, he didn't bother calling me. Of course, he doesn't take advice from anybody, so no problem. So I moved on. So if I had to wait for 2 years to make this type of remark, then you have to think differently. Clearly, that's not the case. I am worried about my state, where I go to all the time. I left Anambra today to get into Abuja to speak to you. And just the same day I spoke about how bad things are, one rain of the year has swept almost all the roads he has done in Anambra State, from Okbuku to Obaru, of course, opposing Obaru to Onitsha, to different parts of Anambra State. The same roads you saw him commissioning are gone. Who's going to account for this? And honestly, he has to find the money, because not the taxpayers' money is wasted. How can you build roads without consultants,
Mr.
without
Osita,
engineers?
please, can you mute your
Nothing
mic?
to show quality assessment, nothing. You go into there and you're embarrassing your cabinet, your incompetence. Speak to deputy governor, the commissioner, like they're not human beings. Meanwhile, if you look deeper, he probably was responsible for the mess going around. My point here is, this is not a family business. This is a collective aspiration we're talking about. And what's still, when we have seen what our neighbor in Abia is doing, you have to come back and ask yourself, why Anambra should be doing far better than Abia State? Because we have far more to show for it. But that's not the case. You've done 2 years, another 9 months, and today, businesses are leaving Anambra to go to Abia, and people like us should keep quiet? No. Somebody has to speak up, and that's why I'm doing this.
So are you now unequivocally going to run for governor in the next election?
Well, the young ones have said if I don't run, they'll beat me up. So yes, I will. But I'll tell you this. It's really, really not about Valentine Ozigbo. It's really about, let's get it right.
But will it be under the banner of the Labour Party? Because the last time you ran under the PDP. Labour
Party, I mean, that's the party to be. What I always do, I go back into doing a proper assessment. I did a poll recently. Simple questions. What do you think about Soludo's government? They didn't know who was polling. Damning evidence, damning, results. Okay, so if Soludo isn't good for second term, which party would you rather wish Labour Party. In fact, who in Labour Party, I listed about 20 names and tucked my name in the middle. Overwhelmingly, Valentine Ozigbo. So Anambra people are yearning for proper leadership that I will provide.
So you are effectively firing the starting gun on the next governorship election in Anambra State. But you still obviously have to win the party primary, don't you?
Of course, as you know, this is not even a campaign season yet.
It isn't yet.
What I'm simply doing is consulting, reaching out, engaging, and learning. There's a lot of learning to do. In fact, allow me to use your studio to request in the Anambra to begin now to call for memoranda. What would you like to see from your next governor? If we decide we want to make Onitsha a true commercial hub, what would you like us to do differently in Onitsha? Tell me now. Nnewi, if we decide to make it a true industrial hub, what would you like to see there? Omambalaxis, where we can actually do a lot of agricultural processing there, leveraging the airport there to do export. And that's what we massively need in Anambra today, in Nigeria. What would you like me to do there? What kind of engagement, partnership, private sector that we should attract in there? How do we solve your problem? Let's hear people speak so we can do their bidding. It's only when you do that, trust me, that they will feel they are part of this, and you will see the excitement in the air. And that's exactly what Alex Otti is doing in Abia State.
Well, you have to admit that after many years in office in Anambra State, the incumbent party, APGA, appears to be, stronger and seems to be able to absorb whatever the opposition throws at them.
Not really, not really. We know what happened in my election. I don't want to go in there because to belabor the issues. The reality is that I can tell you this. I probably defeated Soludo in that election. So it's not about APGA thing. We know what happened. Now, go back to 2023 when we conducted other elections beyond presidential. Out of 11 House of Reps, Labour has 6 federal. Out of 3 senators, Labour has 2. And we also know what happened, that we are left with only 8 members in the House of Assembly. What I'm saying to you is that Labour Party is actually the party today.
Right. Well, let's go then beyond state politics to the national level.
Yes.
You are or were until recently the the special advisor on technology and strategic alliances to Mr. Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party. So you are close to him.
Yes.
Let's start by asking you whether you can address the reports that he's planning to go into some sort of political alliance. First of all, there are reports that he's returning to the PDP, and there's also reports that he might be going into a political alliance with the former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, and may soon leave the Labour Party.
I'll tell you this. First is I am not competent to speak on this because I have never been part of any such conversation. That's number one. Number two is, as far as I know, these are illusions and rhetorics and rumors that well far-fetched, because every single thing we've ever discussed has been about how to strengthen Labour Party. That's all I know. I also am aware that there are a lot of interests who are saying that for Labour Party to succeed in 2027, there has to be some alliance with some other parts of PDP, APC, NMPP, ADC, and all of that. So those are conversations that are happening at different levels. I'm not even aware that has gotten to a level that anybody can make any categorical statement. I think is foolhardy for anybody to go into such a session. I would tell you this. Labour Party is the party, and if we're going to go into any alliance, we're going with Labour Party into that alliance. But there are sorts of people who are addressing that, and I'm not a member of such committee, so I don't have enough information.
The Labour Party has to be a coherent, discernible force going into such an alliance. And I mean, up till just after the last general election, I mean, you mentioned this yourself. Many Nigerians, particularly the youth, saw the Labour Party as the new master of Nigeria's political universe. But with all the terrible infighting that we've seen recently in the party, with the Labour Congress battling the chairman and another faction squabbling over the leadership of the party, I mean, no one would blame Peter Obi, or you for that matter, for wanting to leave the party. I mean, how did the so-called master of the Nigerian political universe fall so flat? I mean, what's going wrong there?
Using that word falling flat, maybe too presumptuous and exaggerated. I admit that we have some issues.
You got major issues.
The reason is because the tenure of the existing National Working Committee members is up. And so there's need for another convention where either they or some of them are returning or fresh people are coming on board. And in this type of season, we are bound to see this type of acrimony where people want to do things, hopefully, that would fit into their personal interests or collective interests, as the case may be. I'm aware that convention is fixed for tomorrow. How that plays out, I am not going to sit here and tell you. But I know there'll be sufficient time for us to deal with this internally and be able to come out stronger. I'm aware that the national leader, Peter Obi, is holding a lot of consultations with the key stakeholders, together with Governor Alex Otti. The senators, House of Reps members are all converging, discussing this. By hopefully, we will come out stronger. And in fact, all the faction that's been creating a lot of nuisance, maybe that will be now a thing of the past. So you never know. So it hasn't fallen flat. We're challenged, but we can overcome the challenge.
Okay, we've got just about a minute and a half left. Yes. Very interesting, as always, talking with you. What's your message to the people of Anambra State? As we said, it's not campaigning season yet, but in the context of the discussion, what is your message to them?
Anambra people, we deserve better. We honestly can change our trajectory by decisions we're going to make in the next couple of months and years. And we should honestly, at all times, anytime it comes to issue of leadership, look for character, competence, capacity. Look for making sure that right processes are adhered to so that we can come out stronger and also be strategic in our thinking. Anambra's election 2025 has a lot to do for how Nigeria pushes further. And we've got to be strategic. I don't want to say more than this, but I have decided to sacrifice everything that I have to providing that leadership. And this is why I am engaging with a lot of people. So letting them know that I may not have all it takes, but I have the listening ability so that when we then come together in a room, we are totally complete in taking the right decision.
And would you say that your perspective and the way that you approached politics has changed from when you ran the last time?
Totally. One is I've been consistent in being a non-transactional politician. That's one I want to pride myself, and that's why we get along well, Peter B and I, because politics, the only time you can really play well is when you play from a patriotic, good citizen point of view, not from a selfish or a tribal perspective. And so that remains, and that's even stronger in belief. After what we went through in 2023, my commitment to this is stronger. And guess what? I can tell you that the first attempt was a learning curve. Today, if you conduct any poll in Anambra State, it will shock you. It tells you we are better positioned to making sure we do the right thing and get a number of people happier than they are today.
And on that note, I want to thank you very much indeed. Valentine Ozigbo is a former PDP governorship candidate in Anambra State, now Labour Party governorship aspirant. Thank you ever so much. And let me also mention that, of course, the Charles Chukwuma Soludo's people, government, have a right of reply, and if they want to, get in touch with them.
My people, Anambra people, what's up? Let me quickly go to Mr. Osita. Welcome to the show.
Hi, Omoye. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the show. So,
thank you very much.
Happy Thursday to you. Go ahead.
You too. You too. So, I hope I'm not prying, but I must ask. I mean, do you no longer feature in Niger Watch channel?
Oh, I haven't had the time. My schedule has changed, and between doing this and other things that I'm doing, I've not had the time. I've tried to come in a few times, but I end up just listening in the comment section. But not really commenting, just listening. But I haven't actually been in a very long time, to be honest. My schedule, though, they allow me again, since Peter Obi now. So I've just been doing my own thing. Thank you for asking. Yeah.
Okay, good. Because over there you are quite a great host.
Yeah, thank
but that's
you.
by the way. I don't expect anything less on this platform anyway.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was just listening to the video you are playing. Valentine Ozigbo, APGA is a very strong party in Anambra State.
Right. That's what
it has withstood the test of time. From the time of Obasanjo to the time of Yaradua, Goodluck Jonathan, Buhari, now Tinubu. In fact, the next Anambra election is going to be very, very highly competitive, to be honest. Because it's not just Soludo who is an incumbent. Soludo is very strong. And you might say what you might about Soludo, but I mean, he's not a total, he's not doing bad. Do you get what I mean? I mean, I like Valentine Ozigbo, but Soludo is not doing entirely bad, to the point that it will be an easy walk for Labour. No. And don't also forget this gentleman, Ifeanyi Uba, who also contested with them in the last election. YPP moved, a current sitting senator, moved to APC. So you're going to have Labour Party, APC, and APGA, vying for that office in the next coming Anambra election. So it's not going to be that easy for Valentine Ozigbo, because if it's anything to go by, we already know that, yes, even if you have all the support of P2, the Nigerian electorates are getting wiser these days. Do you see what I mean? So they will, regardless, choose who they want. Yeah, P2P can give you some good influence, but at the end of the day, I think what happens from now till the next election, Soludo's performance, you go a long way. Also, the way the Labour Party is behaving, people are beginning to look at Labour Party from a very, hot spectacle. They haven't really managed their affairs so well in most recent time. That's also a factor. And I think it's going to affect, excuse me, sorry, I have to cough. This gentleman who is in Edo State is also going to affect him as well, because being the fact that he's not, can I call back? Let me just excuse myself because of the cough.
No worries. Go ahead. Yeah, take your time. You can unmute your mic. Thank you. Seed, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, yes, he's right to say that it will be keenly contested in Anambra. However, the politics of Anambra is very dynamic, and the politics in the Southeast is known for their Republican style of politics, and they don't really care about your pedigree and all that. They have a soft affinity for APGA because it was the party of Jim Ojukwu. And because it's the party of Jim Ojukwu, they try to make sure that the party is not dead. Look, all the senators have been APGA members. Peter Obi has been an APGA member. So Soludo was not an APGA member before. He was in PDP. He came to APGA. He won. The challenge now is that Peter Obi's stock has risen remarkably. The people have seen what he did in the state for them, and they can compare it apple to apple. And they now see what's happening in a sister state, Abia, which is also a Labour Party state. And don't worry about what is happening in the party at itself. Those things, parties in Nigeria are just SPVs, special purpose vehicles. That's just the truth. The most important thing to the Nigerian is the head of state and the governor who is in play that can deliver what the people want. So people had high hopes with a man like Soludo. So you will compare him with Oti because both of them are bankers. You will compare him with Peter Obi because Peter Obi was a banker. So you expect that someone like Soludo should bring all his contacts, his links into the state. But Soludo is a person that feels he knows so much. If you ever watch their campaign debate, because when they did their campaign debate, I watched some of them. I watched Valentine Ozigbo. There are four of them there. They debated. And if you see the way Soludo was talking to them, sometimes I used to wonder, and I kept it. I said, well, he's a smart guy, but he was trying to make them belittle people because he's quite intelligent. He's a first-class brain. So he belittles people. And that may be his biggest challenge. When somebody is very intelligent, a bookworm like that, there's a tendency that they're not emotionally smart. They need to have emotional intelligence to say, okay, let me humble myself, listen to other people's ideas. Maybe it is a simple idea that will solve the issue. So, and then the way he attacked a son that was going for presidential election, the Anambra people have not forgotten. And so it is going to be a different thing. And APGA has not been the only party in the state. It has always moved. So senators for Anambra today are not from APGA, and that's the truth. So if it was a completely APGA state, then they should have carried it, but they couldn't carry it. And the guy that's moved from YPP to APC, he doesn't. APC cannot win anything there. They should not talk about APC. Tinubu cannot win anything in Anambra. It's just like that. So let's not even talk about that's dead on arrival. That's just the truth. So it's going to be an outright thing for Soludo. He has incumbency. Yes, it will be tough, but if the Anambra people decide, like they did it for Peter Obi, when APGA won by Peter Obi, he was not supposed to win. The Uba brothers won it, but Peter Obi went to court and reclaimed his mandate. So that APGA they are talking about, the person that brought it was Peter Obi. The people voted him. So if he stands behind who he wants, you will see it on that day. It will be like film trick. You will see it. Labour Party will carry the day because people are now not voting parties; they are voting people. They have seen it in. Why is everybody saying OT? Even the Apata is talking about OT because that is the person you use to sell your market. You say, look at Abia. That is Labour Party. He's the bride of Labour Party. He's the performing governor. And I like to be very fair. If you look at Zulum is APC. in Borno, Zulum is performing. Yet he's from APC. So people are looking at the governor who is going to perform the job, not whether you are from ABGA, APC, PDP. They know those things are vehicles. Are there not Labour Party members in Senate? Which of them has made noise? So it's all about the people. So the Anambra people will look at Valentine Ozigbo's message, they will have sentiment, and then they will deliver it, because they don't want, like you heard him say, he doesn't want the Taiwan issue. They don't want Taiwan again. They want Aba. Just give us Aba. That's the latest thing on the streets. Give us Aba. Somebody was on one of the news channels. She made a trip to Abia State just to confirm things. This thing they're talking about, let us actually go and confirm it. From Oyemi Junction, if you have been in River State, so from Oyemi Junction, you can pick up a cab or a bus and go straight to Arera Market. That journey, normally, because of the hold up and the bad road, it takes it's a journey that should be less than 30 minutes, but it takes about 1 hour, 30 minutes. This lady said currently that journey now is about 30 minutes. And that she was surprised by the time she's in Arera Market. She was like, what? No hold up? Roads are done. Pavement done. Life is returned. Companies are coming. So the question is, how is it that he's doing this? So he's one of the smallest looking governors, but he's doing something that is not even his size. So everybody is now saying, wait a minute, we need to start asking our governors question. When we focus so much on president this, president, no. So Edo people, ask the people coming, as Asue and Apata, what are you going to give us? Because if Abia is doing this, Edo should be doing 2 times better, 3 times, 10 times better, because of the federal allocation. So this is what I think Nigerians are beginning to ask the question. Soludo is speaking English, but why are the roads of 6 months beginning to float? These are real things. So it's not about ABGA and all that. So that's my own take on that the politics is going to be very localized. And I think Nigerians are coming to that understanding that you have to look at your local politics. What has Soludo done? Question him. Ask the questions. There was videos. Has he performed? He has been there close to 3 years now. So that's what we're talking. Somebody has been there just barely 8 months, and he's already the talk of the town. So for me, I think it's going to be a hard battle between basically 2 of them. I don't consider PDP is already gone in the state. PDP has lost its charm, and the person that will be the PDP guy, Ifeanyi Uba, is just part of those billionaires that they have there that cause problems. He actually caused problem for Ngige. These are the kind of bad eggs they have there. So it's not marketable. So it's going to be between Labour Party and ABGA, because ABGA is Anambra Party.
Okay.
So that's the only difference.
Right.
But it's going to be tough, yeah.
Right. Thank you very much, Sid. I'm sure they're gonna have reactions to you. But let me Kene, welcome. Oh, hey, Kene, don't
Yeah,
come.
no, Adele.
Hey,
There's no reaction to what Sid said, though. He's 100% correct in everything he said.
okay.
So the thing is, Anambra situation is unique, but it is a simple uniqueness in that Soludo, like I forgot who was talking before, the guy that was coughing, and he was correct that Soludo is not. Yeah, Soludo is not bad, but I'm going to add to it that he's not bad because we are coming from Obiano, right? So if you compare Obiano and Soludo, so obviously Soludo is better. But the problem Soludo is having is not even Peter Obi. The problem he's having is Alex Oti. Because Anambra people are very I was gonna say jealous, but thanks, Sid. So they don't believe that, like when it comes to Igbos, they've believed that the upper echelon of Igbos, right? So they cannot. Yeah, go ahead. They cannot stand back and be looking at Alex Oti be doing what he's doing for Abia, and they will just see it. They will just take it lightly. No way. So because of that, the accountability they have on Soludo right now is like off the roof. Like even things that under normal circumstances would have been given a pass, they are not. Nobody's saying that, because right now people are saying, "Oh, where is that 24-hour electricity in Nnewi? Where is that 24-hour electricity in Onitsha?" Things like that. Even though we know that Soludo, like there's no president, no governance in Anambra that can provide that in two years, but still they expect that from him just because of what Alex Oti is doing, right? And the worst, even to make things worse, they are also seeing how Soludo is moving as a person, right? So, for example, when Alex Oti was launching Geometric with Bat and Naji, Soludo went to Enugu State to be talking grammar, light up Southeast Nigeria, all that nonsense. Then invited Shetima over, right? He was hanging with Shetima and all that. So people are seeing these things, and it's not in terms of politics and getting the people to work with you or go along with you. It's the optics is not looking right. And these are the many things that is playing against Soludo. In 2 years' time, all P2B has to do is just stand beside Ozigbo, and that's it. It's over. That's it. But the problem too is P2B has a long-standing relationship with Soludo, like very, very deep-rooted relationship, right? Mm-hmm. And that's the only tricky part for P2B. Personally, I know that if he decides to stand with a Labour Party candidate, that's the expected thing to do. That's also that's the right thing for him to do. In the background, he just has to leave that situation, the Soludo situation, to Anambra people. He shouldn't put his hand on it. For me, that's the way he should play this game. He should just let the Soludo issue be determined by Anambra people. Because P2B and Soludo, they go way back. I know that Soludo has been working secretly and discreetly against P2B from what we are seeing. And P2B knows that too. And because he knows that, I'm sure what he's going to do is just let the people decide on Soludo's fate. You will not see him criticize when it comes to that governorship election in Anambra. He will not openly criticize Soludo.
No, he's not going to do that. But he cannot forget Soludo's attack on him during the presidential elections. So that was a very clear onslaught. But he handled it well because P2B is very statesmanly. He's a very statesman situation. The problem, like you said, is Alex Oti. And the issue that if Arera Market is becoming a hub, what the people in Anambra will say, what are the possibilities of Onitsha Market? Mm-hmm. Do you get me? They're looking at it as
it's funny. Sorry guys.
Go ahead.
Just about this thing about Aba. The moment they commissioned that Jopa, do you know, from here in the UK, I started looking for a house in Aba. I changed my investment plan. I started changing my investment plan from Enugu to Aba. I'm from Enugu State.
I like Enugu too. I want to settle in Enugu, but I'm moving.
I've never wanted to leave any other place in the world apart from Enugu and the UK. But since that power came, my brother, there's a lot someone can do with power, especially if you're into manufacturing.
That's what I'm trying to let you know, that people, marketers in Onisha market, which is one of the big markets in the East, if not the biggest, are saying,
West Africa.
Crying out loud, is it professor will go chop? Let me use Abado language. Now, professor will go chop.
But if we are fair to Soludo, please don't get me wrong. I'm not a fan of Soludo, to be honest. I don't even like the man, but I like to be fair. It's just like it was as if things were lined up to work out for Alex Oti. Don't you guys agree?
Yeah, especially the power issue, the geometric power. It has nothing to do with Alex Oti, but his timing there was like perfect.
Let me say why I don't agree. That thing has been there. Previous governors came, they didn't act on it.
Of course,
the challenge with Soludo is that he has international contacts. He can drive certain things to Anambra. He's not driving it. That's the challenge.
But can you imagine the way you don't like Soludo's arrogance from you who is a spectator, sorry. Imagine the way he irons out his relationship with colleagues, counterparts, people he meets along the line in his business life. Do you think he's the kind who has the capacity to maintain long-standing relationships with such level of arrogance?
Never. Like this guy, we knew him from UNN days, right? From UNN, like I was born and raised in UNN. For UNN days, he's been this arrogant because he's a first-class student, right? He's a bookworm.
Yeah.
So first class, all true. Like this no challenge, right?
Yes.
So, and that's his arrogance when he writes, even when he's addressing like university staff. People know him. People know him around UNN. Like when he's requesting for his transcript, the way he words it, the way he talks to the regular staff in the office. He's just that kind of person, right?
Yes.
And that's the problem. That's another problem he's having in terms of like trying to get a buy-in for his own cabinet. Ozigbo said it when someone feels like he's the smartest person in the room,
yes,
then that's it. You're finished. Meanwhile, Peter B's philosophy is different. Peter B will tell you if you agree with him 2 times in a row, he will kick you out. He will kick you out of the table, right? So yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. That's his Achilles heels. Now, where does Madam Okonjo-Iweala come from? I think she's Abia or something.
She's married to I'm not sure. I'm not sure where he's like.
I think she's from Abia.
Maybe Abia, yeah.
But we also have somewhere in that kind of status quo, the Ezekwesili's. The Ezekwesili's are from Anambra.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You tap into massive resource. There's also a lady from the NSC. She's back into New York and all that. So that is your resource. But you see, his Achilles heels.
Sorry, guys. The internet says Okonjo-Iweala is actually from Ogwashiku, Delta State.
Yeah,
from
I know Delta Igbo. Yeah, Delta Igbo. Yeah.
Delta Igbo. But
Igbo.
you see that OT was able to leverage with her on many projects, especially because she's in charge of trade globally. So she's a gatekeeper. So
Sid, what you're saying now, you're kind of like not considering what the point all of us made earlier, the character of Soludo. Soludo is looking at Iweala as somebody that he's bigger than. You don't understand.
I've heard it. I'm saying that
he cannot even.
So that's what I'm saying, that his Achilles heels has been that he has not been able to humble himself to work with these people. So it's become a big political problem for him. So like now, if you look at his reactions to Oti's rise, his reaction to Oti's rise is like, I want to be the top Igbo guy they are talking about. I want to be the top Igbo governor they are talking about. So he's always trying to compete instead of him to focus and do what will enable him come into elections. Like, for instance, him saying that because the person is not in my party, I did not develop their state, their area. That's a big problem for somebody that's supposed to be a learned person.
Yeah.
He has unnecessary, unhealthy competition, because just like you said, he lost to be the only shining star. And that is why the concept of P2B always is not, P2B can never do anything right in his presence, because he feels constantly threatened,
so
by P2B.
If we are feeling that way, the question is, Anambarians, are they not seeing it? They are seeing it live and direct. You see, now the problem is that we're in an era where the computer is there, internet is there, people are seeing things live and direct, and they are giving it
out. Brother, because people see things live and direct, sometimes people get carried away by sentiments and emotions. And Anambra people have a special sentiment towards APGA. I'm telling you the truth.
Yes, I know that.
Whether they will allow, they will want to move past that.
It's the sentiment of Dim Ojukwu, but that sentiment was further established by their first governor, Peter Obi. So Peter Obi was APGA true and true, and he delivered before they brought in Obiano, and then
I wish an Anambra person were here to tell us exactly how they feel.
No, but if you have people on the ground, I know a lot of Anambra people. I know
I'm not on the ground. I'm from Anambra, but I'm not on the ground.
So you're from Anambra people.
I'm from Anambra.
I really like you said, like what Kenneth said. You notice that even this guy started apologizing because governors are now on his neck. Governors are saying, look, you are giving us a lot of pressure, because the people are saying, if it's the same federal allocation, the same fact that we get, and this man is doing all this in his state, why can't I do it? Because they are low-hanging fruits. They are low-hanging fruits that governors can actually begin to work on. They are low-hanging fruits. So, because people say, oh, the system was already set up for Alex Oti. Alex Oti could have come in there and refused anything geometric. He could have just done away with it. But he ensured that the project is done. And he has already started dredging for a seaport. So the man is trying to do something. So people are seeing effort. So it's all about, we're not saying that Alex Oti is going to do many things, but he's creating effort, and now
he's making impact where it matters the most.
Yes.
And that is what it should be when you're handling people's resources, you see. Even this gentleman, what's the name of this gentleman who defined economics back in secondary school? Adam Smith, I believe.
Adam Smith.
He said it's the economics is the management of and the distribution of wealth and resources to for human needs which are insatiable. I can't get all the definition right.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So it's that management. Now, how do you manage? It's the question of our problem has always been management of people's resources in Nigeria.
Yes.
Nigeria typically. And I don't know, Nigeria typically we're a very wasteful culture.
Yeah,
we put money on the unnecessary things.
Okay. For instance, a low-hanging fruit. Oti is the governor that has gone in and said, you know what, I'm canceling all these gratuities that they pay to
my brother. Kick me for teeth.
All right. So when the governor does that, what does his people do? His people will say, this man is doing the job. Low-hanging fruit.
Let me tell you, you see that policy alone, and that geopower.
Yeah.
Even though if she doesn't do anything, goes down and
guaranteed.
sit down for the next 2 years. second term is guaranteed.
That's what we are talking. That's what I'm talking about. That Soludo has.
May God give Nigerian leaders so
Soludo has enough low-hanging fruits. Let's say Soludo wants to shake up the system now. All he needs.
He will just go say, "We are following suit with what Anambra State is doing."
Simple.
He will never do that. That's not. It's not his idea.
Yeah, but because
it's not his. It's not. Yeah,
he's an
that's
arrogant man. He will not. He will say, "Oh."
Have you heard Soludo say anything about Alex Oti? Like anything whatsoever? Right? And the reason he's not talking is because when home training is when as a kid they tell you, if you don't have anything good to say about someone, then don't say anything. That means in inverse that you actually have something bad to say about this person. That's why you're not saying anything.
Because
that's Soludo. He's not saying anything about Alex Oti. There's no reason. Why wouldn't a governor in the South, an Igbo governor, be saying something good or indifferent about the neighboring state governor?
Yeah, because he wants to be the person in charge.
It's crazy.
If he says anything bad, his chances that are 50-50 will reduce to 30%, because people will say, you went after Obi, you are not satisfied. Now you are going after a neighboring governor who is in his lane.
Mm-hmm.
People will now tell him that, look, the truth is that Anambra people are Republicans. Anambra people, they are proud people. They will look at this situation. Anambra people are the people that voted Abga. They voted Peter Obi when he was nothing. They defended their votes. And even when Ngige entered, Ngige won the Anambra people's heart. Ngige won the Anambra people's heart. Ngige was repairing roads, doing it even when he knew that he was an illegitimate governor. Ngige was winning the Anambra people's heart. That's why the Anambra people have soft spot for Ngige.
Yes, they do.
Because even when they knew that it was not his rightful position, they still defended him, because in the few months he entered there, he was doing the low-hanging fruits, repairing roads, making sure that things are in place.
And he was also fighting cabals too. So
yes,
and the people didn't like that. Yeah.
Yes. And even when Obi became, he has a very good relationship with Peter Obi. Even as APC man, he never went against Peter Obi's presidency. So that's what people are looking at. What is wrong with Soludo? What is wrong? And so because of that, he goes into this election from a very, 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 very challenging position. And if Valentine Ozigbo plays his cards well, I tell you, victory is assured.
No, Valentine Ozigbo did play. He has played his cards so well.
Yeah.
Because in fact, following Obi about put him right in the face of Igbo people.
It. Yes, that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's all you had to do.
You literally put him in the face of the Igbo people. In the past election, he didn't have a chance against Soludo, to be honest.
He didn't have.
But now, chances are, at least I'll say 50-50. Because Soludo has power of incumbency.
Mm-hmm.
Because when Soludo became governor, he was then, even Peter Obi had not declared his intentions. So Soludo was going to be the person that, if he performs, the Igbos can have, because the Igbo nation.
Yes, Igbos had a lot of us had high hopes where he was.
The Igbo nation had not had a most performing governors since 1999. If you look at governors, you just pick one or two that were performers. You can't really. If you look at Imo State, nothing much. If you look at Anambra, nothing much. Maybe Ngige and then Peter Obi. Who else again?
We did have a good governor in Enugu once.
Enugu Chime wasn't bad.
This guy Chime. Yes, yeah. Sullivan. So Sullivan was good. So
I remember all those roads he was building. What that time where I go Enugu, like man, there was like shortcuts to everywhere. It's like
you know what the problem is? Good governance needs to be maintained.
Good
because if you do not maintain it, it's so easy for things to fall into disarray.
Yes, and that's what somebody like Oti should be thinking. That after 4 years, we must have a plan. Now, I know people say a lot against Tinubu, but one thing you must give Tinubu that he understands the politics of continuing a legacy.
No. You don't use Tinubu is not a good example here because Tinubu is to protect his interests. Is to protect his selfish. If you come from a selfish perspective, I will not support it.
It's not about I'm not looking at personality. One thing we have to be students of history. We have to be students of what is it that makes this person have a stranglehold on what he intends to do.
I'll tell you. I'll explain describe Tinubu's strategy to you.
Now, for me, I feel okay. Tinubu did his 8 years, and he brings in Fashola, who actually does a lot of good work. To be honest, in Lagos.
Yeah, of course.
And then then he moves to Ambode. Ambode does not like his politics, but not that Ambode is not performing. But he removes them. So what I'm trying to say is that continuity in governance, like what my brother said, that if Alex Oti goes tomorrow after 8 years, the person that comes in needs to follow that same trajectory, not set it back again 8 years. And that is always the problem of Nigeria, that somebody will come after 8 years, and that person will come and just go left completely. And that's where Nigeria is now.
Can I tell you what I wish for our politics going forward, especially from the state level? I wish for two things. There was a reason why in Enugu, when they were doing the election, I supported Labour Party. I supported a dog. Guys, I'm so sorry I have cough.
No worries.
That's okay.
I supported a dog. I didn't know him much. I had to go read about him and everything. But what I hated most of all is dynasty in democracy. People being able to determine for millions of people who their leader will be. One person.
Yes.
It is not good. It has its good side, it has its bad side. But the bad side is heavier than the good side. The corruption in Lagos would have been better developed than it is now.
Yes.
But because they do not allow the freedom of ideas, because what you're working on is just the idea of one man. It tells you, do this, do this, do this, do this. So we'll not see
that you're right.
You're even sorry to cut you off. You're even talking about ideas. What of the resources too? Because like your boss has already siphoned like maybe 30% because it's a deal. You know, they've already
it's God that saves the River State people from wicked. Only Almighty God.
That's true. That I mean,
right. Look at the succession plan. Something. Look at what happened in River State, where he puts in someone because he wanted to duplicate what Jagaban did. He doesn't know that the God of Jagaban is not the God of wicked.
My idea of a succession plan is that if you create leadership environments where people can thrive and their ideas. It's just like we talk.
Okay. What happened to Obiano? Was Obiano not? Did PW not allow Obiano to become governor?
No, that's what I'm saying. We normally I'm saying that I'm talking of it from a grassroots level. We normally will pick up somebody that just comes in. Okay, good guy, good fellow.
No, see. Let me. Sorry to interrupt. Let me tell you what the problem is. The problem is that our institutions are not strong to hold leaders accountable. See, a state, a nation should have 20 years plan, regardless of who gets it. It should be on autopilot. So until we begin to formulate our institutions in such a way that regardless of who comes in, even if you had bad character, the moment you step into that office will shed you of your bad character.
So that is what I'm trying to say now. How do we, because all these discussions we are doing here, the truth is that people listen, and there are people that as we listen to each other, we'll be able to start, forming these think tanks and finding how to drive it into society in terms of who does that setting up of a national vision. You see, it's very important. And how do we put it into the fabric of our society? And that's what big nations have done. Big nations globally, because whoever the president is, there is an American policy for this.
Okay, so on the state level, on the state level, for example, the governors come and go, just like presidents come and go. The permanent secretaries are there. They have a career on the job for the state.
Yes.
These are the ones that have all the templates and the grand plans for the state. They are the ones that actually can maintain this continuity in terms of projects, in terms of visions, in terms of goals or urban planning.
Our society,
it's us, the people. Our society is not.
Executive governors, like we call them, have too much powers. So
this is exactly where I was coming to.
The executive
I'll just allow you to
governor
finish your thought.
will come and tell you that, you know what, I only want to build road that goes to my mother's kitchen. Everybody that if you want that, this is what you do. They change laws as they feel. So how do we curtail those kind of powers so that there is that collective vision of the people?
I'll tell you how. First of all, we still have a long way to go, democratically speaking, developmentally speaking. The first of all is, like you mentioned, the governors are too powerful. So if peradventure, for any reason, you happen to get a governor who doesn't have his head in the right place, it means the whole state will do what? Will suffer for the next 8 years. That is too much of a risk. And that is why when I come into spaces, it marvels me that we are not taking the local government seriously. And for me, that is why I say, I've not seen, even from Peter Obio to Alex Oti or whatever, I said, when Alex Oti, people were praising him, I said, I will never really, doff my heart for Alex Oti until I see local governments being very functional. And he's doing well, because I've heard that, his caretaker committees, they are, performing.
That's my issue.
He did the mayor thing too.
We always bring in things that are not even doesn't make sense. What is caretaker committee?
Exactly. So unless
that's why, like now, for me, it's okay. The beautiful bride Oti, let us put him to task and say, Oti, set up your local government.
Unless we start seeing governors that are not worried about the next election, they come in and they conduct excellent local government election. Unless we do that, because that is the only way you can shed the power of the local government, of the governor, by making sure that you have local government chairmen from different views that are independent. The only reason why Alex was able to stop the pension of governors.
Let me remind you what happened in, I don't know whether it's Ekiti State or one of the southwest states, where one of the local government people went against the governor, and the governor put all kinds of, the governor suspended him, did not give him his allocations and everything, and all the other local government had to tell him to go to his office and kneel down and bow down.
That's true. I heard that. I saw that story. So that is the
challenge.
It's crazy.
My brother, he was still in this same, in governor's Buhari's administration regime. that Buhari made put up a bill that wanted to empower the local government more. The state assemblies within the state refused. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
I think there was some point, something like that happened.
So that means the only way those things can be enacted is in legislation.
It's through legislation. So now this single treasury account is a disaster. For this FARC something. I keep asking, what will it take for the ministry of there's a ministry or place that handles the general accountant of the nation. What exactly does it take for them to send money directly into an account dedicated to local government? We know the number of local governments we have in the country.
It's all about politics and control.
It's politics and control, 100%. That's what it is. P2B changed that in Anambra too.
Buhari was a weak.
Did P2B change it in Anambra? Did P2B conduct local government elections?
No. I'm not saying local in terms of local government. I'm saying like in terms of when he tries to disburse money, he goes straight to the people. But the local government elections, he did not conduct those because at a time there was conflicts and also there was a lot of interruptions during his government. I'm not saying it's an excuse. I'm not saying as an excuse, but it wasn't a smooth transition when he was around.
That was one of the issues that they were asking him, especially during the primaries. All right. So, but he went around it by saying that exactly what you said. He went directly. He sent funds directly because there's a lot of corruption. So for me, it's all about why is there this loophole in our legislation? If from the House of Assembly and the senators, of course, they can't deliver it because all of them are part and parcel of this massive criminal industry we have as politics in Nigeria. If there is proper legislations concerning local governments and that their monies are by law given to them and their election is conducted by INEC, just like they conduct governors' elections, then but the way they do this thing is like it is the prerogative of the governor when he feels like. And you know what? All of them are going to do caretaker. They will never have local government elections. They will just keep elections and keep rolling the ball. Because with the caretaker elections, they put who they want and they give them the money and the guys are feeling good. So, but if we want to change that, it will take a radical move. So the same way OT has taken a radical move to the legislature and stopped the issues of pension to his state governors, he should also make a move within his state concerning his local government so that we know that, okay, he's doing his own job. Then other governors should begin to do their own job. So, the problem is that we have a massive problem throughout Nigeria. And once local governments are not working, there's no way the people will feel governance around them. The people cannot.
But do you know that even an average Nigerian doesn't know that the reason the public schools are not working is because of the local government chairman, their inefficiency, their incapacity. So they will be calling the governor, and rightly, indirectly so, it should be. But unless we Nigerians become aware enough to forget about governors and focus on local government, if you get the local government elections right, you automatically be getting the governorship elections right.
Quick question.
Yes.
Sorry. The local government, Okay, is it INEC that does the local government election? I'm saying, I'm guessing no. Is it INEC?
It's
the state. It's the state that organizes it.
INEC. The state.
So why cannot we do it federal INEC and set a date, set a cycle for it, irrespective of whatever is happening in the state, like we do for governorship election and the federal and the presidency.
That is where the legislation to do
That's
that.
why I talked about legislation.
It will be changed. It will be changed from the. It needs to be changed from the National Assembly.
Then we give INEC more money to eat, but still, at least we are doing an election.
The truth is that the state INEC should be strong enough.
Yes.
That's why we need strong institutions. The state INEC should have strong laws backing them to conduct local government election with the support of the federal INEC. So it will be the prerogative of the state INEC to do all the things. They'll just get support from the national. And so if we make it like every 2 years, just like when it has expired for governors and the president, then they have to conduct elections, and it will be under parties. So Labour Party will contest, and all the parties will contest for the local government.
All the parties will contest.
Yes,
where it shouldn't have to be one party.
Yeah,
everywhere.
That way, we will now see a very robust,
cross-pollination of ideas
from the grassroots. You will now see that political parties will not play with their grassroots units in the local government.
Exactly.
So what if
basis from there?
Compare this idea with where you talk about parties, all the parties running, with instead of making it people running under the umbrella of a party, can you make it that the individuals run on themselves and what they can do?
We don't have independence. We don't have independence. We don't have independence.
That's why people are calling for a new constitution.
Yeah, but this is local government level. It doesn't necessarily
need to be a member of a political party.
At the end of the day, guys, whatever ideas we are throwing up in terms of independent candidacy, that's what you are throwing up. If you throw up that idea, it has to go to the national level that we allow for independent candidates in local government. So you can.
Someone here says the only state in Nigeria that is conducting local government elections free and fair is El-Rufai of Kaduna.
That's fine. If he did that, that's fine. Very good.
It's possible. Especially a lot of people from Kaduna, I mean, apart from the religious something, they say El-Rufai was an excellent administrator.
Like I always tell people, Nigerians are not looking for APC, Labour, and PDP.
That's my point.
What we are looking for is,
and it showed the last election.
The goods for your people. That's what Nigerians want. Like now, people are looking at OT. Nobody cares whether it's Labour Party. Nobody cares. What they care now, you guys are saying, oh, I want to relocate. I want to. Now, I heard currently house prices in Aba has skyrocketed.
Of course.
So it is not, the people in Aba don't care where OT is from, which local government is from. Nobody wants to know. What we want to know is, has he delivered the goods for the people? And if he has, the people will love him. So if El-Rufai did local government elections, kudos to him. I'm not a fan of his politics because he lies from both sides of the mouth, in my opinion. But in terms of being an astute administrator, yes, he has been. He has been an administrator. He did a far better job than what Wike is doing in Abuja. You know, he was not
way better job.
Step on the on people's this thing. But El-Rufai has his own challenges, like every other person.
Wike is not getting so much allocation again now. You know, Wike was having so much money.
Someone that if you're out there, just hold on, guys. If you're out there, just keep liking the page. Keep supporting us, please. It's important. All right, sir.
So Wike will not perform the way he did in River State. First of all, he has so much money in River State. Anybody who genuinely wants to do well in River State can easily do well, because in River State, I think River State receives, apart from Bayelsa, I don't know between Rivers and Bayelsa who gets higher allocation, but it's one out of these two states.
Delta State.
Or is it Delta? So they receive the highest allocation in the country.
The problem is that it's because when you say Wike has money, that's what P2B was saying. People do, having money, enterprise without, money
wealth without enterprise.
Wealth without enterprise. So although that money is taxpayers' money.
Of course, he was controlling so much money, which was money of the people.
So
now he's gone to Abuja, where his resources are limited.
Yeah, and because the boy he put there has refused to play ball.
Exactly.
Just the same way the guy in Kogi is suffering it now. Yes. Can you imagine that he has a lodge in the governor's house, in the governor's compound?
That's crazy, foolish.
He has a lodge in the governor's compound, and so the same thing that this guy was doing, he comes to science check and all those things. That's what Kogi governor is currently doing. And they cannot make noise, but that one is there will be crisis very soon in Kogi. There will be. Because a human being cannot, even small children, if you do them like that, after some time, they'll say they are not doing again.
Exactly.
So it is a normal thing for a human being to find freedom. Every human being wants a sense of what makes him a human being, the freedom of making his choices as an adult. So it's a big problem, and that's why you see Wike is struggling, because he's losing his base by the day.
By the next election, he would have lost it completely.
Yeah, and then Abado will abandon him. That's just the truth.
No, I don't think Abado will abandon him.
Why would he?
Tinubu is a man who trades in loyalty. What Wike did so much for Tinubu.
You don't understand this man.
Wike took so much bullets for you, Tinubu.
Yes, but if push comes to show, Tinubu, all Tinubu will be praying is for a second tenure. That's all he is to take for. And have people not noticed that Tinubu has not removed Mahmoud? Mahmoud is there quietly, cool enough, no noise, like as if he doesn't have voice. Mahmoud is there. People don't even think of this, that Mahmoud is actually still there. He removed everybody. He really removed the man because he will use the man again.
No, do you know what he promised the man? Ha.
So
do you know what Mahmoud went over and beyond. He went to the land of the dead to perform that magic.
Yes, of course. So there's no way if you remove him, it's like unseating all the networks. So Tinubu will just leave him for next time. That's it. So it's funny the way Nigeria is going, but I wish we can follow the Senegalese example, to a leader of 44 years old, and his backers are really very young Senegalese leaders. And I was surprised that Senegal did that, So kudos to their current president for allowing the will of the people. And the truth is that if the guy goes there, if he doesn't perform, he knows that the people will vote him out. You see, if elections are done like this in Nigeria, by now, we should have been, these issues of local government, having the right leaders in many places would have been it in the past. But now Nigeria has been set back like 10 times. Our elections look at the last 2 elections in Imo and where else again? I mean, it was all shambles in Bayelsa. it was worse than the last 8 years. You know, it was like, how have we got to this stage? So there's still a lot to do. The political intrigues for Nigeria is really massive, and I don't know, with all the issues, you know, especially with Labour Party and all that, I think the way the BOT is taking it is good. It takes Peter Obi out of the firing line. I don't think he should do any merger. There's no need for all those talks now, because he has to get, if Peter Obi goes into any merger, for me, he's selling his political base. Peter Obi is on a strong footing as it stands now. His political base is strong, his message is resonating, and people are feeling the brunt. And APC is basically, you know, the only thing APC knows now is that they will rig election. They will rig it like before. They will snatch it and grab it and run with it. That's what they will do. Because that's the only way out. So he cannot negotiate. Atiku is maybe in Dubai. We don't know where Atiku is. He has checked out. He will come back few months to 2027. Atiku will show up again to contest. So I don't think Peter Obi should. All Peter Obi needs to do is manage this process of the Labour Party. If he's able to manage this process correctly, and stabilize the party and have a proper convention and take it to the next level convention that people will say, wow, then, you know, he has solidified. So I feel that the issues of Labour Party are both external and internal. There's an internal issue because those people already are shenanigans, but there's an external thing. If Labour Party is unsettled, it helps the government in play. In my opinion, if Labour Party is settled, it does not help them. So they want it to be an unsettled ship, because an unsettled ship for Peter Obi, he starts thinking, do I jump ship or do I stay? So Peter Obi now has the onus is on him to see how to bring this ship together and forge a pathway.
Guys, do you know that I do believe that Peter Obi represents more for us? He has done more for us, even if he doesn't end up becoming a president. Sometimes I look beyond.
He has changed the landscape of politics.
He has changed a lot of mindset of a lot of people. That a lot of us came back now talking about politics again, was that we saw that, okay, yes, there's actually people who you could look up to.
Yeah.
And want to make a difference.
I think Peter Obi has changed the landscape of politics. He has exposed every fabric of Nigerian life. Every fabric. Religious, political, socio-cultural, everything. So the question now is, he needs to reorganize and give Nigerians a party. I think we have seen the one of the last aspects of this new Nigeria he's trying, or one of the aspects, not last, of this new Nigeria he's trying to envisage, where a party is truly a party that the people have a buy-in. Because the truth is that if he organizes a complete rejig of this party, and then they say, let everybody register, both from diaspora and from here, and you register, and your only dues is 1,000 naira. If 20 million young people register, 20 million with 1,000, you can run your party from local government up.
Exactly. Funny enough, I thought that was what the Labour Party was going to do. But when all this, and that a lot of us wouldn't have even had problem with Abure. But because Abure, and I thank him for what he has done, because he gave Peter Obi the opportunity for to express itself to Nigerians. Okay? But it turns out that he is not. The truth is that Abure is a typical Nigerian.
He's one of us.
Yeah. Do you get?
He's looking for his own way.
Exactly. So that's why I'm not sure when you say you're thanking him for giving Peter Obi an opportunity. If he has an ulterior motive from day one.
Yes.
Look at where I'm coming
from. That's my problem now.
Listen to where I'm coming from. If you allow me land. Now, first of all, when they gave Obi the ticket, they did not know Obi was going to do wonders in his campaign. First of all, none of them knew. A good number of us who have followed Obi way back had an idea of what the man's capacity. But we can all even attest to the fact that he outperformed our expectation. My brother Obi was junketing from 3 countries on the same day.
Yes.
Crazy, man.
I mean, in terms of when the build-up was happening, I gave a tweet, and then he was still in the PDP, and I said, Obi has to make a move outside the PDP and he has to make that move very early before the conventions of the PDP, because I knew that if he goes through that convention, he will be trapped, and the will of the Nigerian people will not be expressed. So he needs to find a suitable vehicle to express this. But one of the vehicles I said he should not go into is ABGA, because that's a natural place, but he will have backlash.
He would have died the natural death.
Yes. So I was looking at other parties then before he now made that move, and I said this will be the biggest movement Africa has ever seen. And this was before. So for me, I'd somehow been predicting that this man is gathering speed. And if he pushes it and Mahmoud does what he needs to do, then we may have the greatest movement we have ever seen. And on the eve of that election, I was on Dr. Damage's platform, and he asked a question as he rounded off. He said, what do we think about tomorrow's election? I said, all things being equal, we should expect an Obi victory. However, my only
said landslide, actually.
My only concern is INEC. That I don't think INEC may come to the party. And my concerns turned out to be true. So Peter Obi's movement grew, and when I saw him perform in Chatham House, he changed. He had changed. He had become presidential. Prior to that time, I didn't think he looked presidential, but that time made me say, yeah, this man is now presidential. He's speaking presidential, and he's ready to go. So Abure came into that thing, and we have to give him credit because he did not accept it, but he saw the momentum. He took flight with the momentum. But my problem with Abure is you've got to this position, and in the course of the past 1 year plus, you've worked closely with men like Peter Obi and Adati Baba Ahmed. You should have seen their work ethics and their personalities, knowing that they don't mess around with anything that is not right. Their mandate is to pull down criminal structures. So if you are now trying to perpetuate criminal structures in the party that they have mobilized for and put you on the national stage, for crying out loud, you either go with them or you check out and not play this unnecessary underhand politics.
Absolutely.
Look at what he has just done now.
Absolutely. And that brings me back to saying as a typical Nigerian or a typical Nigerian politician that he is, look at where he is thinking. Look at what Abure is thinking, and I'll tell you what is in his frame of mind. First of all, because he had taken all that money, and because of a lot of things, a lot of things just didn't seem right. Okay, he's where he is now thinking. Is it after suffering for this party now, I'm going to come and give up my position for anybody?
Yes, but that's why he's thinking. His mindset is small. His mindset is small. In such kind of things, you move into even an advisory role. What stops him from being part of the BOT? You know, people should learn how to transition and still.
I also think going forward
that he will be exposed
I also think going forward, when we start having the Nigeria of our dream and political parties become more ideological, and people start funding, ordinary people like yourself and myself start funding political parties, I think political party holders should start being well paid.
Yes, and for me, that's what Peter Obi should try and navigate this Labour Party convention and structure.
Which other convention? Where the convention, Abure has finished completed the convention. Every other thing now will end in court.
Well, the convention that Abure has done has many problems with it. You see, when Abure wants to construct something, he should think about the people he's dealing with. And I think he did not think well. Peter Obi checks his move many times because Peter Obi knows that APC want to use everything in the book against him. That's why Peter Obi tells them, go and verify. So when they go to verify that,
if Obi over pushes Abure, when you see there's a way you corner how do they put it? When you corner a rat or something, I don't know how they put it. If he over pushes Abure, Abure has people in APC that are willing to pay him a lot of money to make sure that Obi doesn't smell Labour Party ticket.
But you don't.
But
you
wait
think,
a minute to that. Right after the convention, there was a LP share posted that Peter Obi still has the ticket for presidency 2027.
He said that.
Yeah,
he said that to
he said
ameliorate
it's-
people.
It's official.
He's saying that to ameliorate people.
To get people on his side.
Let me tell you. To ameliorate people's thoughts. One, he knows one Abure. See, let me tell you, Abure has two pathways for him. Whether Obi, if he remains the Labour Party chairman, and Obi is giving Obi the ticket, it's sure a means of money for him.
Yeah.
Why?
More money
Because
for him.
more people from other states want to go and register under Labour Party to contest for governorship ticket. Now their governorship ticket, Labour Party, when they started raising money, 30 million naira, I said, what is happening? Calculate, see the number of aspirants, people who come to contribute money to pay. That is not the state assembly. That is not the House of Rep. That is not the Senate ticket. He knows that there's only one name that moves people, and that is Peter Obi.
Yes.
So he has we are here thinking, Abure is thinking of the money he's going to make in 2027.
Wait, but what I'm saying is that
my God.
Abure has put himself in a bind.
Now,
Why do I say that?
If Obi decides to leave Labour Party, which I will never advise.
No, I won't advise
that. And Obi, that is what I'm telling you now, because we are saying that Obi should reconfigure the party. Look at Abure that went against us, against NLC, TC, everything, to go and hold the Congress to make sure he returns himself back.
The question I'm asking you now is, which you are not getting, is that Congress that he just did is not going to be
illegal.
accepted because
I'm telling you, Abure will defend that Congress
wait,
in court.
Wait. For every Congress of any political party, INEC has to attend.
But sometimes there are conditions.
Wait, no.
He could tell you that there was a threat.
No, there was no condition.
To life or whatever. They had to move
INEC,
it.
There are a lot of loops that have to happen, and those loops has not happened. And he put it in Obi's hometown to put pressure on Obi to come. Now Obi gave him a signal that I am not coming by not being there. And Obi and the other guys have already formed the BOT. And the BOT
have they formed the BOT?
Statement. You see, he needs to realize that he's in a position, the position he is now, he needs to accept what the BOT is saying.
How strong is the BOT? The BOT, the INEC and whatever, I don't think they recognize the BOT.
Well, the BOT is recognized by law in their constitution. You see, so at the end of the day, the labor.
Well, I think we're just gonna see a lot of court issues falling out for this.
Crazy, man.
That's fine.
Crazy.
At the end of the day,
and 2 years is such a short time to be doing a lot of this nonsense.
Good. At the end of that's the only challenge. At the end of the day, there are court issues.
Because Abure has proven himself to be a man who knows his way around the courts.
Well, that's why Peter Obi is playing this, is working on this thing.
He's attacking it from behind.
Yes, he's working on a very tightrope so that he doesn't get stained. Because these guys, at the end of the day, that's why don't you realize that? See, Peter Obi preempted Labour Party by bringing out his calculations.
I'm telling you the truth.
Now, he
I'm
brought
telling
out
you,
his-
yeah.
He brought out his calculations early and said, this is how much I collected, this is how much I spent. Till now, Labour Party under Abure have not brought out anything. And that is how they now saw that 60 billion or million that was sent did not get to him. And that person must pay back that money. He has told that person, you have to pay back that money. He did not reveal the person to us because he wants to keep the party intact. So Abure, we have to find a way to appease that BOT. He has to find, they will create a political solution to appease that BOT because that BOT does not trust him. And part of that BOT includes your governor, the only governor you have, and your presidential candidate, and your senators. So at the end of the day, I think what Abure should have done, because he had till June to do his convention, what he would have done was to keep having consultative meetings so that at the end of the day,
He was panicking. He was already panicking.
The reason why he was panicking, I can tell you, is because as soon as he steps out of that seat, he'll be charged for corruption. As soon as he steps out, the kind of amount of issues that will pile on him, it will be as if, with the toga of Labour Party chairman, it comes with some kind of gravitas, it comes with some kind of things that, you won't be too much under the pump. Like last time when they came to arrest him, you saw the drama that was put off. Then, people are pressured. Why do you arrest the Labour Party man? Young people will get offended. So, but if he is no longer in the view, then they can pick him up and Tinubu government can deal with him. DSS can take care of every business, and they will see a lot of skeletons. So his only protection now is that let me stay under this Labour Party, and hopefully Obi wins, then at least I can get some soft landing. That's just what this man is struggling for. Because if you know you are genuine and you are not power hungry, you will say, okay, that's fine. I step down. I step down. I'm still part of the party, and I'll go with them. So it's very concerning, but it's a very challenging time for Peter Obi to see how he navigates this, because
it's a challenging time for all of us, because if you don't have a stable party, you won't have a stable opposition. How can you plan? Now, this thing we spoke about, I was imagining a situation where this year a lot of young Nigerians would have been already, registering in the party, starting contributing money, starting contributing money to start, building up the party against 2027. We have all the time now. What are we doing with it? So that's what I'm saying. If Obi knows that he's not going to handle what's in the please let him step out now, so that we know that we'll have 3 years to work.
Well, the problem is that all other parties are like that.
No, all other parties are not like that. Show race party is not like that.
You see one thing that Nigerians don't know: when light shines on something, when light shines on something,
it's still small. It's still one person party. Shewara's party is still one person's party.
He's the chairman and the presidential candidate.
He's the chairman. He's everything.
He's the chairman and everything. Do you think that there will not be issues? It's just that people are just keeping quiet. Labour Party has been like that since.
I'm telling you.
It's when Peter Obi came in there that light was shone there, and then you see how people start behaving. The truth is that all the parties, even the one that Dumebi Kachuku went into, that the one that they took over against this guy was
ASD.
Yeah. So all those parties are just SPVs. They're just blank parties.
The party chairman are always waiting for 4 years election.
So
you're actually describing Labour Party from 4 years ago, right? That's what they've been doing, taking money from the bigger parties and give them delegates and votes.
They create parties. 2-3 people come together, create a vehicle, register it, set it up, waiting for some group of people that will come, and they go for the highest bidder. That's how it has been.
Nigeria is cruised.
So
Nigeria
Abure basically saw a movement coming. He just said, every woman, I beg, calm down. Let's accept this person because he will push us up. And that's how Labour Party became the third force. So it could have been any other party. You get me? The traditional parties like ABGA, okay, regional party, which other party again? Most of them have fizzled out. So the truth is that these are SPVs. They are all SPVs. But the problem with Peter Obi has said he's not leaving Labour Party, which was just to boost people's morale, but it has now put him in a position where if he moves from Labour Party, what people will bring out those statements where he said he was not leaving. All right.
No, Obi never said he will not leave. I've had an interview where he said, people asked when he wanted to move from PDP to this thing. He said, when he goes into a party, I don't think he has never actually constrained himself. I think he has always been careful, but at the moment, you tell you that he is in Labour Party at the moment. Nigerian this thing. Okay,
as it stands now, I don't think it would be advisable to move from Labour Party.
No, if he's going to leave Labour Party, he best start another party.
Yeah,
Nigerians should still rally around him.
It's not easy. Everybody says start another party.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Like to start another party is not easy. There's a
but where was Labour Party 8 months to the election?
No, we are saying that those parties have always existed.
No, it's not about existing. But it's talking about performance. If they were existing, why are they not performing?
You are not getting me. to start a new party, fresh party, will take a lot from P2B. Okay, look at the amount of money he spent only to run presidential election. He spent almost 800 million of his own raw cash. To run a party will take much more, because the way we run parties in Nigeria is the big boys that come together and put their money, especially seed money. They have to put seed money on the ground, offices, everything from ground zero. And to do that, people
I'm
think
telling you, I know it's cumbersome, but
it's a
I can tell
cumbersome
you,
job. How many
if it was-
young people want to put their neck around it? It's a cumbersome job. It will take it will take everything from him. You know, look at Showore. Showore has gone back to America now.
bankrupt.
It can bankrupt people. So political parties will involve a lot. So the best
You shouldn't even leave Labour Party. Not now that you have senators, House of Reps.
Now that you have one or two people in your district, the best is to restructure the party.
Will Abure allow him? Restructure the party?
No. Abure, do you know that Peter Obi has the clout? He has the clout, and that clout is my base. For instance, the American elections, the Republican Party, they know not everybody likes the Trump train, but the Trump train is coming. Whether you like it or not, MAGA is coming. So you either jump to the MAGA train and just maintain for 4 years, or you ship out. So, because if you now threaten somebody like Trump, he has a crowd behind him. You cannot wish him out. You can't say, oh, he's irrelevant. You're wasting your time. So you either jump in the train or you jump out. So the same thing, Peter Obi has his base, the obedient. That base is strong. Do you know that many politicians wish that they have that kind of base?
Yeah, they would die to have that, yeah.
The only man that has that kind of base before is Buhari. When they talk of 12 million votes, he has those die-hard base. Another person that has die-hard base is Kwakwanso, the Kwakwasia movement. So you can't. Peter Obi is a man that has a base. If he's going into a place now to negotiate, he's telling you he's on par with Atiku. As of the last election, he's on par.
He's well above Atiku.
He's well above Atiku. So his bargaining chip is, I have 6 million voters rigged though, but under that 6 million
in my bank, 6 million voters in my bank account.
6 million voters ready to support me wherever I enter. So Abure, line up. That's how you should do it. But Peter Obi is not like, if it was dirty, Abure is supposed to collect like 2 slaps. That thing need a waste time now.
I really like that here. Oh my god.
Now Koda hot where we get now. That combination is something else. That he would have given Abure some kind warning. Like, oh boy, step down quickly. Don't waste time there. You know, but Peter B is like my brother, you know, he always tries to be diplomatic, be the gentleman, you know, not that he doesn't know what he's doing. And that is the problem. People take that thing for granted, that, oh, he's a soft-spoken person. Oh, he just allow him.
I actually believe he knows what he's doing with the party. He's just taking his time. He's bidding. He's bidding. I think when he will strike, he will strike well.
That's what I'm saying, that Abure doesn't know what's up. A man did not show up in his village, and you came for ceremony.
I can't remember the last time Obi was seen together with Abure.
You know, this is strategy.
It was the court. It was the court. That was the last time.
Yeah, it's been a while. He was seen together.
Yeah.
So Obi is distancing himself and doing. Don't you see? I expected Abure to be with him in the thank you tour. Obi is causing problem. He just create thank you talk, go around. Just thank you, guys, thank you. As he's doing thank you, he's doing borehole.
I'm telling you.
I'm sure when they look at Obi like this, they say, Alpha now, he never tire.
Then the guy they give them headache. I'm telling you.
Headache 247.
Even me, Seba, I say this guy, you know the rest. This guy, you know the rest.
You need the rest now. How you go? He told them that since they have decided to,
they know they go anywhere. Same thing. Saying the opposition.
Say he go use that. He go use the opposition. Really annoy them. Really annoy them. So Abure is not in this thing. So I think he has shaded Abure. So Abure should get the message.
And that is why Abure is struggling for his dear life. That's what I'm telling you guys. Abure has been put into a. He's struggling for his dear life. He conducted this convention on panic. In his mind said, let me continue answering the chairman, then we'll be going to the court to settle everything.
Well, when they reach court now, but he should realize that the man he's dealing with has already given him signal that I know they follow you.
I mean, of all the states, he could have moved that into a convention. He went to NAIW.
He tried different options though before he got to NAIW. So the NAIW part was because of the Labour Party people in Anambra State pretty much give him a go ahead that he can organize it as quickly as he wanted to. That's the only reason, And I'm sure money changed hand, obviously. You know our people.
Yeah, but like I said, I think for me, Peter Obi should have put pressure on him not to do a convention.
Obi tried. I believe Obi tried.
Because if you put pressure on him not to do a convention, he still has a good landing spot. Because at the end of the day, is that everyone will come into the room, BOT guys, the Labour guys, the TUC guys, the two
My
big
brother,
factions.
I can tell you, we have not heard the last of this Labour Party convention.
Because the two big factions, TUC and NLC, needs to be in the room. You cannot wish them away. They are big factors. They have statutory positions that cannot be wished away. So you have to bring them into the conversation. Have a chat with the elders. Have a chat and say, okay, look, we need to navigate a position that will give us good standing with our followership. At least you know that you have 6 million plus voters at your waiting for the next command, and you have a very good opportunity to win elections upcoming in Anambra and Edo. Imagine if Labour wins Edo and wins Anambra, 3 governors, and if those governors begin to perform, it's more peppering now, more pressing of the neck. So you can go with that to the next election and tell Nigerians, this time around, when they ask Peter Obi, all he will say is go to Aba, go to Abia State. That's all. No longer go and verify. Go to Abia State. That's what we'll be showing them. Say, you talk to us, go to Edo State. You talk to us, go to Abia State. That's all. You ask them, is there light there? They will say, yes, so that's what we will deliver. It's just an easy message. Messaging becomes easy. Messaging becomes easy, but that's the problem, And I really want Labour Party to at least get two more governors. Get 2 more governors, then you start building a real headwind, but it's quite challenging. So I don't know.
So can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was asking, do you think it will be that he's pulling the strings of the BOT and what is it called?
It's Peter Obi pulling all those strings,
yes,
right? But the way he does things, he will just leave the people to assume that he's doing something or he's doing nothing. That's his typical way of doing things. He'll be smiling and doing everything. But that guy, he plots and unplots and plots again. That's just his way. But right now, what he's trying to make sure is that all the resources and every backing that he has in terms of political, cachet, that is not going to go to waste. He's staying in Labour Party and he's going to make it work.
Because at the end of the day, like I said, he has 6 million votes in the bag. You don't play with that as a politician. You don't play with it. It's your bargaining chip anywhere, any day. That's why sometimes Kwakwanso bargains with you. When you talk to Kwakwanso, he will tell you Kano. You talk to him, he say Kano. He has Kano. He has Kano. So every time he can bargain with anybody for Kano. Like now he has bargained with Tinubu. He knows that Tinubu will leave him for Kano, and come presidential election, he will give Tinubu something. So that's how
maybe Tinubu has even promised him that after next fall, this thing, these 8 years, that you will transfer it to him.
So he will go with that bargaining chip. So I as a politician, Peter Obi cannot afford to, and Peter Obi's 6 million plus voters. Peter Obi's 6 million plus voters are very savvy. Is Peter Obi's 6 million voters are different from Buhari's 12 million. Buhari's 12 million, they just follow like that. Peter Obi's 6 million, they even ask Peter Obi question. Peter Obi's 6 million, sometimes they are very independent thinkers. So Peter Obi must handle his 6 million very carefully. If not, if those 6 million people get disenfranchised, if those 6 million people vex, even Peter Obi is in danger. So at the end of the day, he has a bargaining chip. He needs to stay in Labour Party, reorganize it, and have an ultimatum with Abure to see where he will go.
Guys, I will say thank you very much for the conversations. I have to leave you guys here. It's been a wonderful conversation.
Thank you very much, your sister. Really nice. I mean, I just left you guys to go back and forth because I was enjoying it myself.
Oh, good.
Nice talking to you guys.
Same here. You said want to step down. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm even outside now. I'll go to pick up the kids from school. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
I'm still around though. It's just that I'll leave the stage.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming on. Yeah. So I mean, does anybody? Because I was listening to what's his name, Valentine Ozigbo, right? He kind of looks like Nnamdi Azikiwe. Am I the one? Did anybody else notice that?
Yeah,
you're the only one. You're the only one. He talks. No, he doesn't. Zeke is very tall, slim, dark.
No, it's not about height. It's Valentine is tall, huh?
I see a slight resemblance. I don't know. Maybe because of the cap he was wearing. There was I think it was a video I saw of Nnamdi Azikiwe when he wore a cap and he wore like a white and black.
Yeah, that's how he dresses. Yeah, that's typical Zeke dressing, though. 100%.
Yeah, but that's the way most of the Southeast leaders like to dress. The white.
Yeah, no, Onitsha guy. Onitsha people dress like that.
Yeah, Onitsha people.
Yeah, it's mainly Onitsha. Onitsha people.
But it's like when you take those dressings, you are trying to tell the people that, look, you are part of those Ziki's mindset movement and all that. Just that Peter Obi is different. Peter Obi wears his typical black, and if you don't like it, to leave. So Peter Obi has his own style, which is unique to him. But most people like to have that white and red cap.
Yeah, there was also a video I saw of recently of or Alex Oyema, where he was saying that they did not allow him, like, hey God, the British whatever airlines, they don't allow him to fly to their country or something
Yes.
like that. And I was so sad by that, to be honest.
Did you watch the interview, the TVC one? So that information you gave is like seems a bit old. Yeah. But there's a new one with TVC he did this week.
He has been allowed.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's flying. He's gonna start March 30th. He's flying into Gatwick. Yeah, he's flying into Gatwick. He says, yeah, at the end of the day, he will take that offer for Gatwick. That is actually works kind of like better for him right now.
Okay.
But he mentioned more challenging issues in the TBC interview he did this week. It's crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe we should bring it here. And then there was also, I think, when is he going to do America? Is he planning to do America and the Arab?
Yeah. He's planning to do New York. He's planning to do New York. End of the year. But a lot of this things is not up to him. He can fly anywhere. He can fly anywhere. Just Nigerian government that is holding him back, right? Yeah, Nigeria is the ones holding him back. But he said that Keyamo is trying for him. You know, Keyamo is going to be in the plane flying to London at the end of the month.
Okay, so we need multiple carriers, not just him. Other people can also join him to help with the pricing, because he was saying.
But the problem is
he mentioned the pricing. He mentioned the pricing in this interview. Onyema brought down the pricing to I think 5 million. The rest of the airlines brought down the pricing too overnight.
It's crazy. I'm like, can you be for economy class? I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, but you see, the problem is that if you do not create the enabling environment, the reason why Onyema is pushing like this, I'm not trying to be biased, but he's a typical Igbo man. He will find a way to do it even if it's impossible. All right, and that's why the Igbos have said, okay, these guys can trade. They can find a way to make sure that this thing is delivered, even in the worst economic situations and worst enabling environment. But that's what government should do. Create the enabling environment, and you will see more local airliners begin to travel through those routes. And the problem is, when you allow foreign airliners to come into the country and run local routes, then it's a challenge. Secondly, clean up your forex. If we clean up our forex, create good rapport with your African corridors so that even your local carriers can run into African nations easily. So the West African corridor must be enabled, but you now have problems with all your West African neighbors. Then they close their airspace. More issues. So investment in this area by local investors is possible, but the problem is we need enabling environment. They need to buy their fuel, their aviation fuel, all those things. The cost of running business in Nigeria is a very, very, very high cost, and that's the reality. The living cost is high. You have to pay people, you have to do a lot of things, and government doesn't help out so much. You know, so when you see these people, you say, wow, these guys have tried. They are really pushed. Do you think it's only Dangote that can do business? No, it's not only Dangote that can do business. There are many, many Dangotes, just that they have not been allowed to thrive. You know, we talk of Gatwick. Gatwick is run by a Nigerian.
Exactly, run a Nigerian man. He's actually owns the airport, right?
Yeah, he owns the airport. So that means such a person has the capacity to run an airport of international standard. Then what we have in Nigeria looks like a poultry. And because if he comes in to run it and bring up the standard to a high level, the government in play will create bottlenecks. How does the business thrive? So Onyema has to do many philanthropic things. Onyema as the person, when there's issue, he will go and bring his plane. They will bring people in. They will do this. They will do this. They will do this. You know, at least give him something. But I think he has been able to break through to the UK thing. And then, because when he break through, he can slash prices. So if Onyema is slashing prices, then you help him with giving him a subsidy. That's where you subsidize his aviation fuel. You know, you subsidize for him. You give him some tax benefits, which I think they should be doing, but I don't know. But that's what you provide. Then you see more people venture into it because then it's profitable and they can leverage on the fact that it is a locally run aviation group. You know, so, and then what I want to say to the peace guys is they need to improve their standards. Somebody was telling me recently that, wow, it was very terrible running with the Peace airline locally. So those are the kind of things that they need to look at. Make sure that your airline standards are maintained, you know, in terms of, you know, delivery, in terms of experience. You know, those things matter. So that people would not say, you know what, it's not even good standard. You know, so, but very kudos on him. It will reduce the price of traveling because it can be outrageous.
Yeah, it will reduce the price and it will help, especially people who do business by flying to all these places to buy things, sell, right? To help them. How can somebody be better? They just use their entire money, their profit, everything, use it to buy airline ticket. We're left with nothing to go and buy products or produce.
It doesn't make sense.
You know, Nigeria is hit on all ends, every end. You know, we need to keep the pressure on. No, we cannot stop. We need to keep the pressure on Agbado and his thing. We need to.
But he's telling us that he didn't know that these are the problem is. He didn't know that these are the problem is. He said he didn't know that this was. He didn't know.
I'm telling you, can you imagine that he did not know? Hey God!
Can you even Epis is also saying that Cardoso, CBN is owing him, I think 14 million or so. So when they said they covered the backlog, that is not true that they're owing him.
Yeah, but also you have to. I mean, if you look at it in terms of, they like to bring all these things for optics because you see, Agbado is looking for optics. He wants things to. You see, the man that has been shining has been what's his name? OT, and what's this other guy's name? This pastor was it's the latest. This pastor, it's not latest, but it's Anambra pastor. Abido Sheka, is that what they call him? Yeah, so those are the reigning people in Nigeria. So they are shining Agbado. So you know, so he needs to find some good image.
That's funny though, because Abido Sheka actually said he's the one that brought down the dollar.
Abido Sheka says the person that brought it down.
He's the one that brought it. He's the only man of God. I'm the only man of God in this country that paid about the dollar, and the dollar came down. He only used Abido Sheka. He hasn't released all the powers there too.
He just this Abido Sheka that they have just used. So we're waiting.
Yeah, he's going to release a new one. He's going to release a new one. He's going to London.
Okay.
He said he'll release a new one in London.
So the problem is that those people are now more popular than Mr. Tinubu. So Tinubu is looking for a way that will make him, you know, people will say, yeah, the dollar is coming down and, you know, he's paying off the backlog. I believe he has paid a lot, but the backlog was a lot. And that's why investors ran away. But the problem was that last week, one of the guys, Binance, whatever, the Bitcoin guys, escaped.
I'm telling you, the Binance,
so from
the guy is suing them. He's suing,
Eh?
no. He escaped and he's not suing all of them.
Why won't he sue them? Why? Because number one is you invite them to come into your country for a discussion and you arrest them. That is a kidnap. That is a kidnap. You kidnap a national of another country. No, if you have an issue and you say, okay, Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, you are causing problem, oh, we invite you. Just like, okay, when they banned Twitter and all that. So you mean that if the Twitter guy came into Nigeria, you arrest him? How can you do that? Because immediately you do that, it flags in the international community. They say, look, when you come into this country, they just arrest you and they'll put you in the cell. No, nothing. The legal process is non-existent. And that's why I tell people, when the legal process is non-existent, it's going to affect many things. Investors cannot come because if anything happens, you just lock them up. And this is a national of, I think I don't know, is Kenyan nationality, and he has 2 or 3 nationalities, which is passport. So, but what I believe is this. I believe that this is an inside job. You can't tell me that somebody that National Security Advisor, DSS, have suddenly he escaped. How did it happen? He escaped from your security. Oh, and no heads have rolled. Nobody has resigned. Nobody has been sacked. It's strange now. It's a strange thinking. So for me, I feel they have allowed him to go, and then they are creating scenario like he escaped. How did he escape? Did he escape via road? But they said he escaped via the airport. You mean he left Nigeria through
airport? Yeah.
And no security,
the most secure place,
could flag it to say, oh, this person is on a wanted list, or this person is on EFCC custody. Like, what do they think Nigerians are? Jokers? So it's a funny super story. You know those days, it's a super story. That's what they are telling us. This is a big, big super story. So for me, it's a shame. It's a shame, an indictment on the national security of the nation. But it tells you how porous our borders are. It tells you that if you have the right money, you can buy through anything. This government bought their election. They snatched their election. They paid the judges. They pay. So anybody can do that if you have the money. They said the man went to do Ramadan. So from where he went to do Ramadan under house arrest, he escaped. Which passport did he use? All these questions people ask. So it tells us that there's no rule of law, and it's a bad image to the country. And for other investors coming in, they will begin to make sure that are we sure that we can have proper legal representations? I believe that if there's proper legal representations in Nigeria, the judiciary is doing what they're supposed to do. Even if you arrest him, you send him to court and he can be left on bail. You can now tell him, okay, you know what? We have to keep your passport. But to even do that, there must be international, extradition. There are a lot of extradition treaties that go on. So you can't just do that. So they should go and ask him. And he was going to sue. And if he sues and he has rights in the international court, he will win. Unfortunately, he will win. So, and you see, that's the same way they snatched Nnamdi Kanu. Till today, you have not released the guy. Meanwhile, court says release him, yet you will not release him. Meanwhile, court says you are at fault, yet you don't have fault. The reason why you're holding him, nobody knows. If you say the person has committed it, then charge him. But the courts cannot find anything because it is all on, you cannot build anything on falsehood. You cannot build anything on falsehood. The extradition of Nnamdi Kanu was wrong. It was a kidnap also. You kidnapped him from Kenya, brought him here, which was illegal under international laws. But Nigeria doesn't care. Don't they know that people watch all this thing and say, that's a lawless country? They do whatever they like. So I don't blame the man. He must have paid one or two boys. Say, guys, I'll give you guys how much Bitcoin. I'll set it up for you guys now. I'll set this up for you. Give people. Nigeria's way hunger don't blast. Hunger
don't
mama people. So if they give somebody like $2,000, hunger will go move now. He will move. You will move him out. You say, oh God, don't worry. When you go to do Ramadan, we have this thing. We'll take you to airport. We have our boys there. You enter your flight. Don't worry. This is your passport. Go. That's what will happen. He can sort this whole thing now. He may have sorted it out with just $5,000 or $2,000. What can go? So, because it's possible in Nigeria. Your election was sorted like that. Your elections, Nigerian election was sorted like that. It was grabbed, it was taken, it was paid for, you know. So what we are seeing is a byproduct of the society that has been created, the Nigerian society. Can you do that in anywhere? You can't even do that in a Middle East country. You can't do that. You can't do that. How? Escape from the airport just like that. And no system flagged you? No. We're a joke. We're a joke. And nobody has been no. Who are the people guiding him? Were they
Yeah, exactly. I think they said they are looking for the people guiding him or something like that.
They are looking for them.
They are looking for them.
What a joke. What a joke. It's a super story, like I said. It's a super story. They are looking for them.
Yeah. He used his Kenyan passport. But they didn't arrest him as Kenyan though.
How they arrested him as what?
Forgetting what country he's from, but not Kenyan. But they said
he has two passports now. Most people that have two citizenship. But my problem is that who were the people guarding him? Now you have said that they are looking for them. That's what is the same thing that is happening down in I think it's in Delta State. Is it Delta or Bayelsa? Where the soldiers were killed.
It was in it was in Delta State, somewhere in Okwama community. I think it's by
which is very sad. I don't know why they killed those soldiers that came for a peace. It's very, very sad. We shouldn't promote any form of community violence.
But guess what though? It is been told allegedly that the people that even fight those soldiers were not from that community.
Yes,
because
it's always
people
like
that fight those soldiers, it was professionally done. It's not something like a community worker pass right.
No.
So why did the soldiers now go in reprisal to go and take down communities and fight their people?
But this is not a fresh behavior of the military, all right, in Nigeria. We've seen that in OD during the time of Obasanjo. Those things are crimes to humanity that should be at the Hague. We've seen that in communities in Plateau State. We've seen that in where the soldiers and security personnel are in cahoots with criminal elements on hapless communities, and nobody talks. because they are all in it together. So these situations we are seeing is not a one-off situation. It has happened severally. But you see, Nigeria is a place where we have a problem of short memory. Nigeria is a place where people don't ask questions like, okay, what happened in OD? What are the lessons? And who is responsible? What happened at Lekki? What are the lessons? Who was responsible? Till today, some people say, oh, there was no massacre. Oh, nothing happened. Meanwhile, people were shot at Lekki toll gate, and because they were crying for their rights against police violence. And we have moved on. So my problem is, these things are not far. We have always in this country have police high-handedness. In Nigeria, there's always been police high-handedness. And because they usually get away with it, security personnel do what? They get away with it. No consequence for anything. If we have a proper policing and proper security systems in place from the local level, and that's why we talked about local government. In that local government level, there should be local policing, state level, state policing. So when people crisscross from one place to another, it's just like this the kidnap of girls. Some people emerge, kidnap girls, waka pass in an environment where there's a police, there's actually a soldier's port. And the soldiers say, oh, we are not informed. For hours, with satellite systems globally, what are we doing as a country? Are you saying that through satellite systems, we cannot know exactly who did what in Okwama? You see?
Yeah, but sorry to cut you off a little bit, because I want to go back to what Omoye said. The army knew the 8 people or 7 people, whoever that actually killed their troops, right? So sorry, that that unalive their troops. So if they knew that from onset, like, this is not about learning lessons from what happened in Tollgate or learning lessons from what happened in Udi. They already know who did this. So it's not like they're going to look for who did it or whatever. So they already know who did it. Why not go after the 8 people that did it? Why do you have to now go and destroy the whole place?
One thing we're not also agreeing is this. Communities create passageways for these people to escape. That's always, it's something that people don't always look at. Criminals live through communities and they know how so those people don't just escape into thin air. No, they escape through communities, through riverine communities, through the creeks, through wherever they are. And so the community, through the community, there has been accomplices. However, like you said, which I agree with, it doesn't give the right for the army or the military to use extrajudicial killings on local communities as women and drive them into the bush for days. And the reason why this happens is because each of these cases I've talked about, have you ever seen a military person brought to book? Have we ever seen, for the killings that have happened, have we ever, community killings like OD, that's what I'm talking about, have you ever seen them say, okay, 1, 2, 3 police people were sent, did that operation, and so they should be called to book? That is what they call war crimes. There is a code of conduct for military professionals. And that's why even America, sometimes what they do is that they farm it out. They give it to mercenaries and they blacken it. They make sure that nobody knows what happened. Because if people know what happened, it's war crimes. And the person will be taken to court in their system. So the problem is that there has not been any consequences for soldiers. So natural behavior of the soldier is, oh, now that village where this thing happened, that means these village people know the people. We will bring everything down. And we react in ways that are not understanding. I looked at a chart from the national president of the Ijaw Youth Council. I think it was on Arise, and he made very brilliant submissions on how these issues can be looked at and how military should approach situation like this. Because if you approach situation like this with a different mindset, you will be able to properly fish out the individuals and actually track them. But instead, no, we just come, we level down the village, make it non-existent. At the end of the day, the people still escape. So what is the point? So there needs to be a new education of people, but it cannot happen if there are no consequences to past actions. That's why there is prison, so that people go there and remember, don't do this, because if you commit fraud, you go to prison. So soldiers should be held accountable. But who will make account? That's why Fela sang unknown soldiers, left, right, that unknown soldiers can come, drop. They say, oh, the soldiers are unknown soldiers. How does it happen? Until today, unknown soldiers are still going on. If they are soldiers, don't they have, where are they coming from? Are they not coming from a barracks? Were they not giving orders? Who ordered the soldiers to Lekki? Till today, nobody tells us who ordered soldiers to Lekki. Sometimes they almost wanted to deny that there were no soldiers there, but they could not deny because there were so many proofs that there were soldiers and they were shooting and there was massacre. So what country are we talking? So when I look at this thing, I say, you know what? I don't think we're ready as a people to begin to address this issue as it is. Two wrongs cannot make a right. Two wrongs cannot make a right. There has been killing. Okay, soldiers, how do you approach it to really get to the nitty-gritty? Through detailed surveillance, not by brute force. So it's unfortunate and it's sad. And there are many people have lost their life. Somebody say Mazi had British passport, maybe Nigerian as well. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure as well too. Maybe during the conversations, maybe somebody I don't know. But yeah. So I guess we should be wrapping it up now. And
Yep.
I'll definitely come back again because we have to keep our foot on Agbado and the 40 Baba, Ali Baba and the 40 thieves. We need to resurrect the issues and keep the heat on. Almost.
Yeah, we need to.
We cannot give up on Nigeria. These people, they are hell bent on ripping that country piecemeal by piecemeal apart. We cannot allow it. We need to stay on the issue. So if there's anything that's happening, let's come here and talk about it. We need to be dragging them. Maybe that they hear their name everywhere. These people cannot have rest of mind. They cannot have peace. We must get that country back. I beg. We need to. It is life, and it is literally you live or you are unalived. That's what it means right now. It has always been that way for the longest time, but it's getting worse. This man just admitted he has no clue of the problems in Nigeria. That's what he just admitted to. They have no clue. Let me even edit my title. Let me edit it to make it.
But he told us the truth now. He told us.
They talk now. He can't own her with his full chest. He can't own the thing with his full chest. Let me say, Tinubu says he has no clue.
People are stressing this man. No, he will soon travel to France and leave us again.
Hey, he had what? How did he even say it? Let me write it the way they wrote it. Though. How did he say it precisely? Hey,
Tinubes.
My
He
God.
doesn't. He didn't know that the things are hard like this. He didn't know that the whole thing. You know, it's my problem. Okay, he didn't know that there's so many issues like this. But the last president,
does not know the extent.
but the last president is a president from your party, your very good friend. He's still alive. Why not go and arrest him? Arrest him. Let him explain all the things that went wrong. It's a super story.
Now, wow, God, I beg. Hey,
look at small Senegal giving us 44 years.
I'm telling 44. See, young man, 44. Meanwhile, 50-year-old they share. They announced to share designer cloth when don't wear finish. Cloth when don't use finish. You want share to vulnerable Nigerians. Maybe they carry a bad head. Maybe they don't tell and say use this one to do a tutu sacrifice. So that your and people go run enter that man comment section now they leave address and name. E better make you use bag of garri take sew cloth than collect cloth from that, no matter how shiny that cloth is.
Who is giving cloth? I didn't get
mockery now.
Ereno.
Yeah, he come Twitter. He say he want give up all the designer clothes. Say one person I go announce winners. Come say make people leave their name and their account. Hey God catch me. I say God I beg you. People need to know. I don't understand. E better make you use bag of garri take sew cloth wear than collect anything from that man hand.
Reno is one of those disappointments we also have. So-called pastors. Calls himself a pastor. Sometimes it's so sad. But like I said, look at Senegal, 44-year-old, and you look at all the other African countries.
Young men, the youngest is 36.
Yeah. So imagine the whole of West Africa. If they come in to sit down, they look at Tinubu, 80-something-year-old. Meanwhile, all of them fresh face, fresh boys.
I'm telling you.
And if you look at all the way they talk of an African
Afrocentric, very Afrocentric, wanting to do so for their people. Africa for Africans, which is true.
Yeah. But Tinubu is not in that space now. He's not in that space.
He's a Western puppet now. You know hear what he talk. The man during his speech, the man said that time is over for when they will go. They will now introduce them into the Masonry Lodge. They will not be choosing who is next.
But that person that spoke is not actually the president. He's not actually the guy. He was supposed to run, but they felt threatened, and so they disqualified him from the ballot. So he supported this person that won now is his pal. So two of them now joined forces, and this one went for it. And then so they have that ideology that Africa is time for Africans to take hold of their destiny. So my problem is when Tinubu will sit with these young boys, he will be saying, young boys, leave this thing, we have done this for some time. That's what, and the boys will look at him and say, what the hell? So it's disgraceful that the big country in Africa, we don't have a leader that will take charge of affairs, within the African sub-region. And unfortunately, we don't know the deals that Tinubu is doing.
I'm telling you, the contract is signing. You don't know. He's probably selling it piece by piece. We are here
because he's begging for money now. He's begging for money, so he's going around.
Nobody is agreeing to come and invest. I don't see Mabo.
Invest where? Where you want to invest? If it's you, To be honest, if you are not Nigerian, will you invest?
Lie.
Let's be saying how it is. If you are
Bad
if you are not a
market.
Nigerian that has some affiliation, are you coming to invest and put your money and then they lock
I
you
will
up
never.
and you find a way to escape?
Never.
Nigeria is porous. Do you know that during the time of what's his name, the last president of America, Donald Trump, they sent forces here now, during Buhari's time, and they came to rescue one of their kidnapped guys, an American that was kidnapped in the Sambisa forest. They rescued him. When we woke up in the morning, they announced it to us in America that their Delta Force team, SEAL team, has done an operation in Nigeria, West Africa, and they have successfully rescued an American that was held hostage and brought him home. That's what happens. And we were in that Nigeria. We didn't know that that kind of operation happened. I'm just waiting for them to do the film so I can watch the film. They like to do the film, so they watch it. So thank you for having me. And
thank you very much, Sid. You know
Nigeria will
you're
get
always
better.
welcome here because now you be
Nigeria
our
will get
teacher
better.
for here, our head, our principal, no, our chancellor.
Oh, it's not like that, so please.
Yeah, I
It's
know,
okay.
but I have to give you kudos now. You have a wealth of knowledge that you share with us. We can't take that for granted, though. You don't know. You have to appreciate your own. You don't know.
Can I sing a Rambo movie?
Now
true,
Rambo
okay.
movie.
I
One
dey
man.
wait for that movie. Me, I won't watch am. The one where they deliver somebody from Nigeria to be fun now to see how the thing happen from Sambisa Forest.
Yeah, but thank you so much. I really
Thanks.
appreciate you. Thank you for
Yeah.
coming. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you for making it lively as well. I really appreciate you guys. Oh. No, sir, I know if you do it without you now. If only me they talk for you every time. After a while, you kind of get tired of hearing your own voice. So
Yeah.
thank you. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of the day. I'll probably come here again tomorrow morning. So we can talk about the Nigerian issues and keep our neck on the Alibaba and the Mikano, the Agbado and 40 thieves. We need to come here and be pressing their neck. They must release that country to us. If I tell you, say, I dey look all the other African countries, I dey dream, they wish say na Nigeria. So guys, to that, I say thank you so much. Kene, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for your
thanks, Kene.
support. I really appreciate all of you now, not be small. Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of the day, and I'll see you on my next one. Don't forget to share and like on your way out. To share. Like, subscribe. Subscribe. Let's get this to the permanent site. Thank you, guys. Bye.